you. Please be seated. Welcome to the BIC. Good evening, members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council on the 11th of January 2022. I'm Councillor Nigel Hedges, and as Chairman of BCP Council, I will be chairing the meeting. I will be supported by my Vice Chairman, Councillor Tony O'Neill. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speaking. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand physically to indicate. Wired microphones have been provided for each councillor. Councillors, officers, members of the public and the press in attendance are requested to maintain social distancing and wear a mask or visor for the duration of the meeting and while in the BIC. Hand sanitisers are also available and should be used as appropriate. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present. Discussion with the Chief Executive, we may require you actually to stand with your hand in the air at the same time to make counting easier, as we don't have a dais at this end of the room. It should be noted that some members will be joining the meeting remotely due to exceptional circumstances. However, these members will not be able to vote on any issues, but they may indicate that they wish to speak, and I will try to bring them in when I can. Councillors are advised that the live stream of meeting may include shots of councillors who are not speaking at that time. In the case of an emergency alarm evacuation, details will be provided as appropriate by officers. No fire alarm tests are expected. Members, here we are at the start of a new year that still sees us changing venues for our full council meeting, owing to pandemic precautions and to enable us to follow government guidelines. In this new year, where I'm sure many of you have made and have not as yet broken your New Year's resolutions, I would remind members of the prior housekeeping and meeting procedures that I've outlined a short time ago at the start of this meeting. These words remind members of the expected conduct of all members and attendees of these full council meetings. Please remember and endeavour to pay close attention to those words. This is a public meeting and is live streamed. Members are elected to represent the views of their ward residents and to convey their thoughts in a considered and ordered fashion in many forums, but in full council, I am trusted with the conduct of the meeting. We must all remember to treat each other with respect, and so we will be judged by our colleagues and our residents by our words and our actions. Thank you. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor Leslie Dedman, Councillor David Flagg, Councillor Nick Geary, Councillor Lisa Lewis, Councillor Felicity Rice, Councillor Vanessa Ricketts, Councillor Mark Robson and Councillor Tony Trent.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest received?
Thank you, Chairman. None have been received, but if any member is required to make a declaration of interest, they could follow the revised flow chart that's set out on the agenda for guidance.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 9th of November 2021? Is there any dissension from confirming the minutes? Councillor Butler.
Yes, I'd just like to bring up a few minor points. Page 34, comments about the Poole Civic Centre. I request that my comments be credited to my name. Other councillors were actually named with comments to this subject and I wasn't. So that's just a request for that. The first paragraph was mainly my comment anyway on that one. Page 14, correction of word. It actually says Garnet, which should read, for Councillor Broadhead's answer to Dr Young's question on 5G, it should read are not. And stop should, in paragraph 2, should read step. And the third item on gigabyte fibre network, page 37, item 8.1, vote carried by majority. There were actually a significant number of councillors who did not vote for, and these should have really been counted. Is this possible to be counted, the numbers to be counted on the minutes, please?
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Please bear with us, Councillor Butler. Councillor Butler, they weren't counted on the night, but in future they will be. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, members. Agenda item 4, announcements and introductions from the chairman. That's me. Civic activities and updates from the chairman. I'm sad to report that I've been informed that former Camford Heath councillor Graham Curtis has died recently. He was a Poole councillor for 24 years, from 1987 to 2011, and Mayor of Poole 1998 to 1999. I understand that Councillor Sandra Moore would like to say a few brief words about Councillor Curtis. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Graham was a friend and ward colleague. He sadly passed away at his home in Camford Heath on the 16th of November, aged 87, and his funeral was held last Tuesday, the 4th of January, at Bournemouth Crematorium. Graham was first elected in 1987. He retired from council in 2011, having given 24 years continuous service to the former Poole Council and to the Camford Heath community. He was one of the first councillors to represent the newly built Camford Heath ward. Graham was originally from Worthing, trained as an engineer and moved to Camford Heath in 1979, where he worked for 20 plus years at Hamworthy Engineering in Fleetsbridge. He worked tirelessly for Camford Heath with the help and support of his much-loved wife Elizabeth, whom he often described as his rock. Graham and Elizabeth had the honour of being the 750th Mayor and Mayoress of Poole in 1998 to 99. And there are not many towns that can match Poole's long history. Graham was also Sheriff of Poole in 97. Something's gone wrong with it.
We have a technical issue with C43's microphone, please.
Is it all right? Okay. During his 24 years of council service, he chaired 3 of Poole's major committees: the Public Protection Committee, Personnel and Support Services, and the Licensing Committee, of which he was especially proud. He served as Vice Chair on 15 committees. It's gone again. It's back. It's all right. I think he would also want me to mention that he played a big part in the process of saving 17.5 acres of Camford Heath from being developed. Indeed, his love of our heathland knew no bounds. Graham was never happier than when he was walking with his dogs. Familiar sight, wearing his cap with his dogs at his heels, tramping across Camford Heath in all weathers and enjoying its wildlife. I had the pleasure of working with Graham for 11 years. He was a dedicated, kindly and thoughtful councillor, a calm and supportive colleague, which Chris and I needed, and a pleasure. And we will not forget him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I've also been informed that former Borough of Poole Councillor Frank Bowers has passed away recently, so I would like to include him in our respectful recognition of their service and their memory. We will now have a period of respectful silence, followed by the sad passing of former councillors Curtis and Bowers. Please be upstanding. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Despite the COVID restrictions that have affected events for many people over this Christmas period, I'd like to take the opportunity to refer to some of the engagements that I've attended since the last council meeting. Along with the Mayor of Bournemouth, I attended the Anglo-European College of Chiropractic, now a University College, graduation ceremony. Again, along with the Mayor of Bournemouth, I attended the introduction of the revived Palace Court Theatre, hosted by the new owner-operators Arts University Bournemouth. Great to have another one of our theatres live again. I was honoured and privileged to read a lesson at each of the Christmas carol services at the Priory Church, Christchurch, and at St Peter's Church in Bournemouth. I visited the Bournemouth Food Bank in Haviland Road, and this visit received good coverage in our local press, where I wanted to emphasise our thanks and admiration for those who work and volunteer for this vital community service, which is especially appreciated at this time of year. And I also attended the Christmas Carols on the Green in Kinston, organised by St Andrew's Church Choir. Brings us to agenda item 5, public issues. So A is public questions. We have John Soane, on behalf of the Bournemouth Civic Society, has submitted a public question on environmental care. Mr. Soane, would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Nicola Green will respond?
Testing, can you? Oh, yes, good. My question is as follows. What measures are the Council taking to improve the lamentable standards of municipal environmental care in Bournemouth, especially with regard to the removal of graffiti from private locations, as in Westover Road and Springbourne, the creation of a visually appropriate summer mowing plan, as along Wessex Way, and the better supervision of badly placed trade bins, as at the bottom of Richmond Hill? Article about it in today's paper.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Soane.
you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. And we have a response from Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. Good evening, Dr. Soane. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Bournemouth Civic Society for their interest in protecting the built and historic building environment of the town and engaging so constructively in the planning process for new applications. And secondly, I would like particularly to thank Dr. Soane for this set of questions. He highlights an area of huge priority for this administration, based as it is on the daily concerns of our residents, businesses and visitors. What we see as we walk around our town and district centres impacts immensely on our sense of well-being and pride in our area. It is central to the big plan which we launched last year and to the Cleaner, Greener, Safer agenda, which runs as a golden thread through our environmental work. We are committed to improving our area with pilots already launched in the conurbation's 3 town centres. I will deal with the 3 points raised in order, and I will start with graffiti, the thoughtless work of a moment which leaves property owners and those who see it with a distressing long-term problem. Graffiti on private property is the responsibility of the property owner and not that of the council. It is considered to be criminal damage and as such can be reported to Dorset Police. However, council officers will be working with our business improvement districts, local businesses and private landowners, along with any other willing partners, within the pilot areas boundaries. Chairman.
Seat 9, IT. Could you say something, Councillor Green? Yeah.
Sorry, Chairman, the sound went, I understood, I could know.
Perhaps if you were sitting closer to the microphone. So it sounds like.
I shall try again, Chairman, and failing that, the exhortation of the Mayor of Bournemouth is just yell, Nicola, so I shall do my best. And I do have a copy of my response, which I'd be very happy to hand to Dr. Soane, should he be unable to hear any of my continued reply. And I should move on to the summer mowing, which has generated considerable interest over 2021 and as we move forward. Throughout 2021, BCP experienced an exceptionally long and sustained period of grass growth due to an extended period of damp and warm conditions. Periods in which vegetative growth would otherwise have stopped, giving our maintenance teams the ability to catch up and then keep pace with any subsequent growth. Consequently, throughout 2021, grass grew much taller and denser than in preceding years, and this was coupled with reduced staffing level because of ongoing COVID-19. And in some cases, this was simply not the case. The Wessex Way, being a major high-speed trunk road, is subject to operating restrictions, which involve full lane closures. Timing is critical to ensure minimal disruption to traffic flow. Thus, we endeavour to undertake works with a multi-agency approach, approximately on an 8-week cycle and at night. The Council's wildflower and grass cutting policy was approved in March 2020 as a 5-year trial to determine how we manage our grassland amenity spaces to increase biodiversity, improve conditions for wildlife and help reduce our carbon footprint. The Let It Grow trial was set up to establish grass meadows in open spaces on roundabouts and roadside verges to help increase biodiversity. However, we are absolutely committed to delivering pride in our place and realise that not everyone feels that this approach delivers on that commitment. Part of trialling something is to take soundings from those affected and therefore, whilst absolutely supporting this biodiversity project, we'll be recommending some cutting in areas where feedback and learning supports this during 2022. And we'll continue to review other areas where we're getting significant feedback from residents to see whether changes in approach is appropriate in subsequent years. Lastly, in terms of waste management, we've recently appointed an external company to work in partnership with us on a 12-month pilot scheme to educate and, where necessary, take action against businesses who fail to contain waste in an acceptable manner. During this time, they will undertake investigations and prosecute fly tipping, failure of waste containment and fly posting incident. I must stress, though, that this is a pilot programme subject to ongoing review to ensure that we're achieving our desired goals along the way. It's worth noting, and especially given the focus of the work of the Civic Society, that historical buildings and alleyways do not always lend themselves to best accommodate waste containers. However, these are preferable to allowing bagged waste with the attendant risk of bags being ripped open and scavenged by seagulls and other animals. Finally, as part of our Cleaner, Greener, Safer commitment to reduce street clutter and improve public realm, we've invited the Association of Public Service Excellence to undertake feasibility studies into the future consideration of retrofitting underground waste containers at some locations. Councillors and residents may well have seen these elsewhere in the UK and overseas. I have emailed this to Democratic Services along with an extended version with a bit more detail for Dr. Soane. And in closing, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the Civic Society and offer to meet with them and officers to explore further the issues raised. Thank you, Chairman, and apologies for having to sit.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. I just allowed you a little bit more leeway there with the microphone gremlins, which I'm sure will be fixed forthwith. Thank you. Public question B. Alex McKinstry has submitted a public question on staffing for Future Places Limited and potential conflicts. Mr McKinstry, would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Broadhead will respond.
Okay, can you hear me all right? The council has recently been recruiting staff to its urban regeneration company, BCP Future Places Limited. What measures are the council taking to prevent any conflicts of interest arising among such employees, given the possibility that some of these people may have links to planning consultancies, property development companies, the very firms, in other words, who would be looking to implement the council's big plan?
Thank you, Mr McKinstry. Councillor Broadhead to respond, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you to Mr McKinstry for your question. BCP Future Places Limited and the Council both take the issue of conflicts of interest very seriously. Before hiring the senior team, careful inquiries are made of their extant and previous business relationships during that interview process. It has been determined that none of the directors have any previous or current business relationships with planning consultancies or developers who are active within the BCP Council area of operation, other than as third-party clients, and even then with no ongoing relationship. Further, the senior management team had covenanted that they will not engage in any business activity that conflict with BCP Council. This will be carefully monitored by the Future Places management and BCP throughout their oversight functions on an ongoing basis. A register of interest will be maintained and held by the Future Places commissioning team. Furthermore, as the company is a wholly owned council company, it has to abide by all of the same rules that the council would. Future Places, in and of itself, is not a decision-making body. Any decisions as to what to develop, when, where, and any approvals come through the council as they always would. In Future Places, we now have an incredible team of talented professionals, all driven to help unlock all of the amazing potential our area has. Instead of spending endless money on outside consultants, we now have a plethora of experience in-house to really unleash our coastline of opportunity. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Section B, statements. Ben Smith has a statement that he wishes to make on Folkestone Station. He has confirmed that he would like his statement read out, so I will call upon the Chief Executive to read it out. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a statement from Ben Smith. We're delighted to see the proposal for Folkestone Station. Working with disability groups, we have campaigned over many years, writing business cases, petitions, worked with media and political organisations, always cross-party. Criticism of the campaign petition in political literature was unwelcome. I urge everyone to take this final step and commend everyone's effort, small or large. Funding has not come from the private enterprise who are obliged to pay. Similar improvements are required across BCP. All of our stations suffer from non-existent or limited accessibility. Please vote yes. Remember the hard work of the community, and thank you. That's a statement from Ben Smith.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Section C, petitions. None have been received for this meeting. brings us to agenda item 6, questions from councillors. For this council meeting, we have a number of questions from councillors, and I'm obliged to keep this section of the meeting to the 30 minutes in accordance with the Constitution. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio holder has afforded them, but these questions must be indeed questions, not statements, and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue and immediate subject matter of the original question. Councillor Mark Howell, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. How much has the Council contributed in fact? Yeah, is it working now?
Councillor,
well,
you have the floor.
I think sorry, Chair. I think as everybody can, I'm getting a lot of feedback, but as everybody can read it, then I'll just plough on if this cuts out. How much has the Council contributed in 2021, whether directly or via funding to other organisations, and whether one-off contributions or part of longer-term contracts? Please supply total figures for each of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and please further break down this information between each town centre and local centre. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Howell. Councillor Dunlop to respond, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Howell. Just drop this off. Mr. Chairman, as per Councillor Howell's question, which relates only to contributions, I'm leaving out grants that went via ARG and the Bounce Back Fund into places like our Bournemouth for the installation, removal, repair and replacement of Christmas decorations is not broken down by neighbourhood centres, but is used where necessary to maintain or replace Christmas decorations and lights as and when needed. There are 2 other legacy Christmas budget items. So contract which is now completed, and 20,000 for Christchurch for lighting and Christmas trees. These are the Christmas budgets that Councillor Howell inherited from the legacy councils when he became portfolio holder in May 2019. And the Conservative administration subsequently inherited from him, completely unchanged 18 months later in October 2020. So, i.e. zilch for Poole Town or any of the district centres. Incidentally, the entire Poole events budget that Councillor Howell handed to Councillor Iyengar was less than the Christchurch Christmas budget, the princely sum of £17,200. In 2021, we were determined to correct this imbalance and boost the cultural budget, dipping in and out here. And we did, with a massive programme of 700 performances right across the 3 towns in summer 2021. Mr. Chairman, you may recall that Councillor Howell and other councillors from Poole and Christchurch in council spoke and voted against this proposed increase in cultural. Obtained SIL approval for £50,000 infrastructure improvements to decorative lighting and electrical power infrastructure for Poole High Street and Poole Quay, an essential component in developing a Christmas experience for Poole. And that's precisely what we're working on now. As part of our programme for 2022 to deliver on our big plan supporting the regeneration of Poole, we are intending to invest further in Christmas activities, working with partners so that Poole residents can enjoy a spectacular Christmas festival. And I say the same to Christchurch residents. We were working with local partners to develop your events programme even further. This Conservative administration will continue to be proactive in supporting business and delighting our residents with high-quality festivals and events. and Christmas 2022 will see, amongst other things, the launch of the Christmas Maritime Festival in Poole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. It is proposed that we'll have a brief adjournment at this point to sort out some technical issues. Could members please bear with us while we...
Chair, can I not ask a supplementary first?
I beg your pardon, Councillor Howe. Yes, of course you may.
It's a little bit disappointing that we got a politicisation to a simple question for factual information, but I understand the question is supplementary.
Budget, including Christmas, and how we can ensure that every resident has the opportunity to enjoy those festivals and events that we will put on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Could I now at this point ask for an adjournment for the IT people to sort out the gremlins? Could you just bear with us, please?
I'll remain seated as you said. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
My question relates to the Planning Committee carrying out its duties and responsibilities. Part 2 of the Constitution, Article 12, Principles of Decision-Making states, when the Council takes a decision, it will do so in accordance with the following principles. Item E, have due regard to appropriate national, strategic, local policy and guidance. And I specifically refer to the Planning Committee meeting on the 16th of December last year, a recording of which is in the public domain. There was an application in my ward on the agenda at 6E, where a 4-storey block of flats and 4 houses were recommended by officers for refusal. There were 275 objections, one of which was Natural England regarding habitats, and the application failed the sequential test for flood risk. The officer's report listed many Christchurch core strategy and local plan policies on which the application failed. I counted at least 8. Also, it was non-compliant with some paragraphs in the NPPF. In addition, the legal officer explained some of the policy failures to members. After around an hour of debate, during which you as chair of the meeting intervened several times to question some of the reasons for refusal, the application was finally, as per the officer recommendation and legal advice, refused, but only just by 8 votes to 6. And I heard said many times in the debate that many of the members who voted for grant liked the look of the building. Well, whether some members like the look of an application is a personal opinion, and it's not a reason to ignore clear policy reasons for refusal. And I believe residents should be able to rely on a fair assessment of applications according to planning policy. In my opinion, this did not happen with this application, where some members considered that liking the building overrode policy. So my question is, what has gone wrong with the planning committee that 6 members, including the chairman, disregarded appropriate national, strategic, local policy and guidance, contrary to our constitution, to vote for grant of an application which clearly failed on so many local and national policies and was recommended by officers for refusal?
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Kelsey, could you respond, please?
Definitely, Chairman, thank you. And I thank Councillor Phipps for her question. My first point is that with Councillor Phipps having so much experience in planning, I'm surprised that she doesn't like the way the planning board runs, where members get to debate the articles in front of them. In my opinion, absolutely nothing has gone wrong with the planning committee. With regard to the case you refer to, Planning Committee upheld the officer's recommendation to refuse following a robust and probing debate of the key issues. So I'm not entirely sure why you would find fault in that outcome. I acknowledge that there were dissenting views from some of the Planning Committee members during the debate, including myself. However, as chairman, my job is to ask questions and also to seek clarification from officers on points of clarity. Members have differing views, and being allowed and encouraged to express them is part of normal process that happens in all planning committees across the country. The policy and guidance discussed during the debate are often matters of planning judgment, and just because a planning committee member reaches a different view on how that judgment is applied, it cannot mean they should not express or vote accordingly. This is ultimately the purpose of the planning committee, to apply planning judgments based on the information before them impartially, fearlessly and openly. Without such an approach, we may as well do away with the planning committee and solely rely on the officer's recommendations, not an approach I or our residents would be happy with. I'm sure everyone would agree there is a considerable merit in having planning committee so the difficult planning issues can be discussed in public without political affiliation or local bias, to ultimately reach a consensus decision on the planning merits of a proposal. I respectfully disagree that appropriate national, strategic, local policy and guidance were disregarded in this case. It was a matter of planning judgment ultimately, and I am satisfied that the decision to refuse the application was reached entirely within the Council's due process and the committee's discharge of its planning functions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Phipps, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, I will just come back on that if I could, thank you. I have no problem with debate at all. And I appreciate that the refusal was upheld, but it was so close it could very easily have gone the other way. And for me, the issues
Is there a
are working
question,
within
Chairman?
policies, and we have policies. And my question is also, as far as I'm concerned, this is about public confidence. So do you think that those who voted as they did to effectively grant this application gave the public confidence in our planning system?
Thank you.
If I may, Chairman. Councillor Phipps, if
Councillor
you'd
Kelso,
actually
please
listened to
reply.
the debate, as you say you have, you would have noticed that halfway through the debate, somebody mentioned the possibility of a deferral. And that deferral would have been to get further information. I, for one, voted against the move to grant because I preferred to have a deferral. And I'm sure that there were more than just myself in the room that voted that way in accordance with that. So you to sit there and say it was only beaten by 8 votes to 6 is totally wrong, because you, not being in that room, have absolutely no idea on why those 6 people voted the way they did. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Brooke, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mellor on the breakdown of costs for the litter campaign. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Chair. Having received a partial answer to my question after 4 months, this afternoon, at just after 2 o'clock, I have decided at this point in time to withdraw the question, but it will not be the end of the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. That will be in the minutes. That brings us to the end of Councillors' questions. Brings us to agenda item 7, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before the Council. In accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, I would like to seek the approval of the Council to vary the order of business and bring forward item 7C, Audit and Governance Committee, 2nd of December 2021, minute number 57, report of the Constitution Review Working Group. Changes to the Constitution and deal with these recommendations first under item 7. The reason for this is to allow Simon Gocher of Waitmans to respond to any relevant questions or issues relating to the revision of the Constitution. So I would like to ask consensus of Council for the above proposal. If this is agreed, we would then please to deal with the item 7C first. Do I have consensus of approval to alter the order of the agenda at this point as? Do we have any dissensions? Consensus. Thank you very much. Item 7C, Audit and Governance Committee, 2nd of December 2021, minute number 57, report of the Constitution Review Working Group, changes to the Constitution. Councillor Beasley, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Williams to second the move. I would like to call on Simon Gocher from Waitmans to say a few words prior to opening up of the debate. I anticipate taking all recommendations en bloc after considering any amendments that arise. Can we have Simon Gocher, please, from Waitmans?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
In moving the recommendations from the Audit and Governance Committee on the 2nd of December 2021, those recommendations are set out in the papers at 7C, and I'm sure members have gone through them both in terms of the main version and the track changes which are shown separately. Thought it might be helpful just to have a very brief background to this. This is the second set of proposals coming from the Audit and Governance Committee about changes to the Constitution. The first set went through Council some time ago, and these have gone through exactly the same process. I went out to all members of the Council for suggestions of items in the Constitution for us to look at. They in turn went to the Constitutional Review Working Group, who made recommendations to the main Audit and Governance Committee, and those recommendations, some of which were altered at that stage, have now come forward to Council this evening. Members will recall that the Constitution in the local government review coming into 2019 were done at some pace, so we always anticipated there would be changes required, and indeed the work that's been done by officers in tidying up the Constitution in so many ways, I think is a benefit to all of us who use it on a regular basis. In terms of how we've gone about it, we've made sure that we've invited interested parties at the appropriate stages, such as the Chair of Licensing, Chair of Planning, and the appropriate officers. And we've sought external challenge and best practice from external solicitors, Waitmans, and we'll hear from Mr. Goucher in a moment. The recommendations that have come forward are now at the stage where Council need to think carefully about are they fit for purpose and should they slot into the Constitution. There are others which are still coming through, and the Audit and Governance Committee will go through the same process with those over the next several months. Just like to thank officers for the huge amount of work they've done, particularly Mr. Jones and Ms. Zeiss and Mr. Hanton, and indeed the work that's been done by the Constitutional Review Working Group, Councillors Williams, Butt, Brooke and Trent. It's been hugely beneficial, and I think that the work has been detailed to a stage where we now know that we've explored all the options. I hope the Council will seriously consider the work that has gone into those and the rationale for those proposals coming forward. So, Chairman, I will, before I just formally move, Mr. Goucher, I think, will not just do the introduction, he will answer questions from members, which I think might be beneficial in terms of the debate. So I therefore move those Audit and Governance recommendations from the 2nd of December set out at... Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Williams, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to also pay tribute to the group. We've all worked well together. It's a cross-party group, and everything was robustly discussed and in the main agreed. So it gives me pleasure.
Okay. I'd like to call upon Simon Goucher of Waitmans to say a few words prior to the opening of the debate, please. Simon Goucher.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as has been mentioned, I'm head of local engaged by the council to support and have been working with officers over a number of months now to review the recommendation to you this evening to amend the Constitution and look at them as against the legal requirements for institutions and also against best practice. We advise a number of local authorities on constitutional issues and have engaged in amendments to and revisions to constitutions on similar projects such as this. So we've reviewed the items that are before you this evening in terms of suggested amendments and are content that they're consistent with the legal requirements on the council and best practice in terms of managing its business effectively through its constitution. I'm happy to answer any questions on specific proposals that members might technical legal aspects.
Owing to time restrictions, are there any questions directed for Simon Goucher? Could any councillors wish to ask them at this point directly to Simon Goucher or Waitmans? Is there any particular questions? Nobody's indicating. There are no questions to Mr. Gocher. Thank you. Right, can I open this up to debate, please? Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have a very detailed and incredibly helpful member briefing a few days ago on this, and I'm grateful for the time taken at that point. But following that meeting, I did submit an amendment on this one to actually, under the item relating to the Appeals Committee. I believe the amendment has been circulated, and that would be to that the following words be deleted from recommendation 3, subject to part 3A, paragraph 7.1.1 being deleted, i.e. the removal of responsibility for personnel-related appeals. The reason for this, having been a member of the Appeals Committee under the former Borough of Poole, I felt that it was an incredibly valuable part of the work of the Appeals Committee to support and be the sort of final arbiter within the Council of employment-related matters. And on several occasions, there were processes of the Council that were exposed through the involvement of councillors, which would have led to improved working conditions and improved processes, which may well not have come up within the officer corps. We know that many officers, when they leave the council, feel that their employer is a closed shop, and I think the possibility of having the members to review that that decision is something which officers value. I have spoken to members of the Appeals Committee who have not suggested that they instigated this change, that they feel overworked or they feel burdened by this tradition that is part of our Constitution. And therefore I see no benefit in removing it. It doesn't replace the possibility of an employment tribunal, but it does give officers of the Council an opportunity to have their matter heard elsewhere, and so I therefore propose that that is removed from the changes, and I do have a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Anybody else wish to debate? Councillor Moore, thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to second that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. So, Councillor Dunlop, please. I see your hand.
There's only one, honest. I'm speaking against the amendment, Mr. Chairman. I think when we're elected to serve residents, it's about matters that affect their lives. And whilst we provide strategic direction to council officers, we're really not qualified to sit in judgment on matters of employment. I can think of no other public sector organisation, and certainly no private sector company, where employees can appeal to a group of wholly unqualified, random, by virtue of elected, group of people. It's completely archaic. Employment legislation and human resources is extremely complex, and councillors are wholly unqualified to deal with these matters. And I think the best thing we can do is get out of the way and leave it to the professionals, quite frankly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Just to point out, members, that we are now debating the amendment which was proposed as second. Anybody else like to contribute to the debate, please? Councillor Filer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've long been of the opinion that it's an anomaly and completely archaic for people who are leaving our employ for whatever reason to be able to appeal a decision. We're inclined to think, aren't we, that it's always for wrongdoing, and that puts our officers in a very invidious position. But people also leave our employ or are asked to leave because of long-term illness, because of redundancy. We have a small appeals committee. The potential for a huge number, as transformation goes on, a huge number of appeals looms. We're no longer Bournemouth or Poole, a small council where we know most of the officers. We're a big organisation. We're the 10th biggest council in Britain, or certainly in the UK. We have a team of professional HR, highly qualified people. It just is no longer appropriate for people who are dismissed for whatever reason to come to a group of councillors and appeal that decision and have it run through again. It's very difficult for officers as well. ACAS recommend that if there's to be an appeal about a dismissal, it should be held as soon as possible. At the moment, it's almost impossible. It's taking 3 or 4 months, which is really difficult for both the appellant and for the people who work with them. Very difficult because of our appeal system. You can't just call an appeal committee meeting. Democratic services have to be involved. It's very, very difficult. All our senior service directors are well versed in employment and management issues. There will be an appeals process, and it's proposed that there should be an appeals process, and it will be heard by a senior officer who's not been involved in the original dismissal in any way whatsoever, but who has the skills and the training to look at it dispassionately and come to a sensible conclusion. I just feel that as we move forward as a big organisation, it's sort of like if the annual general meeting of a large company came, the shareholders could sit and question everybody who's been dismissed. It's just not right. I think we need to move forward and go with what most other councils in this country are doing. In our cohort in the southwest of England, only 3 other councils still have an appeals committee. Everybody else has stopped that, obviously for employment appeals. So, Mr. Chairman, I completely disagree with this. I think we need to move forward in a new and modern way of doing our business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Bartlett, I understand you've indicated, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Fowler. I will point out, of course, that the law is very complex, but the Personnel Department in particular are there to represent the interests of the employee as well as the employer, and it is their task to ensure that managers are actually, and our professionally trained managers are kept online in accordance with the legislation. So we should allow our managers to manage. We should let our personnel department get on with it. They're well paid and they're professional in what they do. I see no advantage at all in allowing councillors to adjudicate on something they're not effectively qualified to make judgments on. So, it's an operational matter. Let our officers and managers get on with it. Let our personnel manager give the guidance that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett, and all the microphones you're employing at that point. Councillor Le Pedovan, please.
Thank you. I'm unfortunately, due to the mic, I didn't really catch all that Councillor Bartlett was saying, so I can't comment, but I very firmly disagree with the 2 speakers before that. As a current member of the Appeals Committee for BCP, ever since the start in 19, I've been involved. In fact, I've had to chair some of the appeals, the HR appeals we've had. It's not correct to say that we're totally ignorant. We do have training. We also, more to the point probably, have the input of HR professionals with us when we are conducting these appeals. To me, it seems like natural justice in a way that the officers who are facing the tribunal can meet a completely impartial, dispassionate set of, as in this case, councillors. I'm sure there must be a feeling, although I've never heard it expressed, among officers in the situation of facing us, that if it was a panel of officers or an officer, that there would be a closing of ranks, that they wouldn't want to admit that they'd been wrong, whatever it might be. To have people like us, councillors, who are respected members, hopefully, of the community, who are able to look at the event completely afresh, with guidance from HR, legal advice, whatever, I think brings a natural justice for the event, and I thoroughly support continuing it. I found it a very valuable and useful process.
Thank you, Councillor Pelivan. Anybody else like to contribute to the debate on the amendment, please? Yes. Councillor Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. From my own experiences, I'm more than happy to support the amendment that's come forward. I don't agree with the suggestion that councillors are unqualified. It's a false argument on the basis that the majority of councillors here, I would suggest, may not actually understand the council's finances and budget. And yet, we make the decision for spending millions and millions and millions of pounds. Councillors bring a wide variety of experiences to the table, and they should be respected for that. I'm aware of situations where the appeals committee, the officers on that committee were prepared to dismiss the appeal, but the councillors who were on that committee brought additional information and additional experience, which enabled the particular officer to be reappointed in a different job that was more appropriate to his abilities and his work. And he proved to be an excellent member of the council as a result. That would not have happened had there been no councillors on that appeals committee. There is a place for them. They work with advice from HR. They bring experience, wide experience, and it's on that basis that I'm prepared to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. I understand Councillor Cox. Did you indicate? Councillor Cox. Thank you.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Brooke in respect of the comments he made in respect of all councillors being unqualified, in which case we really should just give up and go home and let the officers get on with it. So I do take issue with the comments by Councillor Dunlop. However, I do accept largely the comments made by Councillor Filer and Councillor Bartlett, and in my own opinion, this should be left to professionals, the HR matters. I understand the arguments that are being made in support of the amendment, but I'm afraid I can't accept them and would have to vote against it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Howell, I see your hand, please.
Yeah, something that has just occurred to me is that with the tendency for council areas to get larger and larger, it means that if somebody is loses their job in a council, then it can, especially if they have very specialist council skills, they could end up having to move very far away to get an alternative position. If this goes to an employment tribunal and somebody's dismissed, they may not get reappointed through that process. They probably won't. They'll probably get compensation, which may not be enough for them and satisfactory. And so I think the councillors having an opportunity to intervene at an earlier stage can be beneficial for council employees in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I understand, Councillor Beasley, you've indicated you'd like to contribute. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, it comes as no surprise that there is a debate around this particular issue, and it was not unexpected that an amendment would be put to Council. And I say that because it was a long and deliberate debate about it within Audit and Governance, and indeed it was a very closely defined debate as well. My view and my support is not for the amendment. It is for the constitutional change that's proposed to us tonight. And it's for a number of reasons. I've long felt that it was an anachronism that this was ever brought into our new constitution in the first place. I've always felt uncomfortable about members sitting on the appeals committee determining employee appeals. It's been a matter for me that has always led me to believe it to be inappropriate, particularly in such a large and diverse organisation in the 21st century when we are, as members, dealing with so many other things. And I just believe that getting involved in operational matters, which this actually is not really something that members should be doing. We have highly experienced and professional HR department. We have very robust employment laws in this country. We have trade union input in most cases, I would understand, at appeals. And those employment procedures have been tried and tested and are very robust. And obviously there is always the ultimate sanction for an employee who is not content to go forward to an employee tribunal, often supported by their trade union. For all of those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I cannot support this amendment, although I do understand some of the arguments that have been put against the proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Any more contributions? Then we'll move to a vote on the amendment. The proposer, could you sum up the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really do hear the points about moving on and being a large organisation, but it is all proportionate. We were a smaller organisation with a smaller cohort at every level, and natural justice is natural justice. I feel very strongly that the Appeals Committee is supported by HR. We have heard that members of the Appeals Committee don't feel overwhelmed by it. They don't feel that it's something that they feel burdened by. And the suggestion that councillors are random, unqualified and untrained, I fully expect to see on the front page of the Echo tomorrow, because there are people, we are making decisions on all sorts of things. You know, we are random and unqualified and relatively untrained when it comes to planning, licensing, finance. We are representatives of our communities. That's what we are elected to do. And for me, to take it outside of the realms of the employment chain feels like an option that should be retained. The comment that other public organisations don't do it, you could say about virtually everything the council does. We look at other public sector organisations and none of them run like local authorities. So to suggest that we should go along with what they do, there would be lots of other things that we would change. So I still feel it's a valuable thing we should be doing. I know that it was contested, which is why I decided to bring it so that we could have a wider debate, and so that those members of staff who are still working for BCP, who would not be working for BCP had there not been the intervention of an appeals committee, can hear that we value them and that we value the fact that we were able to be instrumental in their lives. And for that reason, I would like to ask your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Can we move now to the vote on the amendment? We'll attempt by consensus at this point. Could you indicate in favour of the amendment, please? Shall I ask them to stand?
It might be helpful.
If you could stand, as we assumed we may have to ask you. Thank you. Thank you. If you could be seated. And those against the amendment, please. We should do, yeah. Thank you, members. And any abstentions?
Six. Anybody else standing aside? Okay.
Thank you. So the amendment has lost. If we move back to the main debate on the substantive. Oh, Councillor Farquhar, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
If I may, Chair, for the purposes of the minutes, I would like voting for the amendment to be recorded, if you please.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. It wouldn't be the same without you. Any more members want to add to the debate before we ask the proposer to sum up? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. On the recommendation number 4, which is a recommendation for a new place overview and scrutiny committee, which has come forward as part of the recommendations, I would just like to have a comment and put forward a proposed amendment. Mr. Chairman, I'm really very supportive of the principle for a place overview and scrutiny committee. I think what it can add to the value of the overview and scrutiny function is very great. In particular, there's been a lot of comments about is the overview and scrutiny function in BCP Council operating to the very best of its capacity at the moment, and I think a place-based committee would add to that. However, when we had the training that Councillor Slade talked about the other evening, it was also noted that audit and governance are going to consider the rest of the overview and scrutiny function as well, indeed at their next meeting. And therefore it does seem somewhat inappropriate when we are looking at all of the overview and scrutiny function, which I think is absolutely correct thing to be doing, a couple of years on from the new council, and with the weight of opinion that there are some improvements to the entirety of the function, to take the Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be, in my view, much more preferable for the entirety of the overview and scrutiny function to be looked at in the round, including a place-based committee, and indeed how that could sit along the rest of the overview and scrutiny function. It may well be that we want more other overview and scrutiny panels, focusing perhaps more on the overview than the scrutiny, and indeed having a new overview and scrutiny function has resource implications for democratic services, finance, extra SRAs, etc., etc. Seems much more sensible to consider that in the round. Therefore, Chairman, I'd seek a seconder. According to calling on Procedure Rule 9, paragraph 4, I would like to move a motion without notice, and instead of considering this item tonight, refer it back to the Audit and Governance Committee, hopefully to consider at their next cycle, and then I sincerely hope at the next full council, or as soon as possible, we can consider the entirety of the overview and scrutiny function in the round, and then make a much more consolidated and correct decision. Mr. Chairman, I've spoken to the chairman of Audit and Governance, who has confirmed that he believes that the committee will throw their best efforts behind that endeavour, and I think it will end up with a better place for us to have a full look at overview and scrutiny rather than taking just one slice at this time. So therefore I'd like to move that amendment that we refer this particular recommendation back to overview and scrutiny to come back with a fuller solution. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd just like to second that and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, indeed.
Chairman, if I may. Councillor Broadhead, we would need the specific words of your amendment, please. I wonder if you're able to put them either in the chat for the meeting or write them down so the Democratic Services has a record. Thank you.
Hello? Could I come back, Chairman? I'm not putting forward a recommendation. I'm putting forward a notice without motion that this particular item is referred to Cabinet Committee, Subcommittee, which is procedure item 9, para 4. I checked that would be the correct procedure with the Head of Democratic Services prior to this meeting, who confirmed that would be the correct course of action in this circumstance.
Are you looking to me, Chair?
Yes, I am, Ms. Sice.
Okay, so I've clarified, therefore, that you are not proposing an amendment. You're bringing a motion without notice. You mentioned a minute ago referring back to Cabinet. Did you mean Audit and Governance?
I said audit and governance in my recommendation. I was referring to the full text of that, that item. But yes, in this instance, I'd like to specify that it's referred to Audit and Governance Committee. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, okay, so it's not an amendment, it's a motion without notice.
It's a motion without notice and it needs to be debated. So open it up to the floor to debate, please. Anybody like to contribute? Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. As the chairman of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, I have to say I'm disappointed to hear that this has been brought out at such short notice when the option for another place Overview and Scrutiny Committee has been discussed at length across all the existing Overview and Scrutiny Committees over the last 6 to 9 months. A lot of work has gone into it. And, you know, the fact is that overview and scrutiny is not working effectively, and this was the solution that we came up with. And with the support of Democratic Services, we put forward this proposal, which has been broadly accepted across the committees. It would be very disappointing for this process to be delayed, given that the overview and scrutiny function has been now going for a couple of years, and it hasn't been working as well as it ought to have done. This was our way of moving it forward. I don't understand the rationale for to put this this to A&G at all. I don't understand why that should be the case, and perhaps Councillor Broadhead would like to explain why he feels it necessary to go A&G when all the overview and scrutiny function has been discussing this for such a long period. So I can't support this motion, I'm afraid. I think we need to get on and do it, as we've been planning to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Hadley, indicated, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is most unfortunate to have this at no notice, and I support the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny who've just heard around this. There are other committees that one can consider, and certainly things like the detailed transport advisory groups. I can see there are other groups that might be sensible to set up, but I thought that the key piece that was discussed through places like ONS previously was that this was in advance of the next civic year, to give us time to be able to set that up and to be able to actually reduce the marathon that is the Overview and Scrutiny Board, which Councillor Bartlett chairs, from effectively a full day well into the night every month, to be a more sensible meeting. So I don't think I can support this suggestion. I think we should go forward with this one and perhaps potentially add to it if there are other committees that the Council believes we should set up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Miller, I understand you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the previous speakers. I think, in essence, we're all in violent agreement here in terms of not through the wanton huge amount of work from the members of that committee and also the chairman over a number of years now. But the process still isn't working properly. So it's all I think my colleague Councillor Broadhead is saying is that quite simply to add one more committee to an overview and scrutiny process that isn't completely working as it stands doesn't fix the problem effectively. Absolutely, we've checked in terms of the future council meetings and audit and governance programme, and there is no intention that this would not be in place. A revised overview and scrutiny structure, including a new place committee, but it should take account of how the current overview and scrutiny committee works. So there's an opportunity, there's time to go and to actually look at overview and scrutiny around. I personally am fully in favour of bringing forward a place overview and scrutiny committee in time for the next municipal cycle, but we have to look at how the current main overview and scrutiny board is working. Every councillor who's spoken this evening has talked about how it is difficult, it isn't working, it is onerous, and we need a more complete solution to that, or at least a more complete solution to be looked at. So violent agreement in terms of what we're trying to get to. We believe there is sufficient time, and we're aware there is sufficient time to get this work done in time for the next municipal cycle, and I think it would be very much in all of our benefits, including the main overview and scrutiny board's benefit, to do that work, Chair, and that's why I'm more than happy to support my colleague in his amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Anybody else like to contribute? Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I'm absolutely baffled, and I feel really quite angry that we spent a couple of hours last week going in a lot of detail about these constitutional changes. I believe the leader and deputy leader were present at the meeting. There was no indication at that point. We indicated that some of us, including members who subsequently voted against the amendment, were uncomfortable with other matters. And I think it's frankly disrespectful to this council that the members have presented something without notice, without really engaging with the process over the last few months. Group leader meetings and democratic services meetings have not been attended by the group leader of the Conservatives or the deputy leader of the council, at which this has been extensively discussed. And I just feel incredibly frustrated for the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny and for the Chair of Audit and Governance that whilst there are many other things that could be improved about the way that we do this council, and many things that were raised at the leaders' workshops which have gone into the abyss and very little has come out of, he's chosen to pull this one out at the point we were about to progress and throw it back. So I won't be supporting this motion, and I feel very cross about it.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Fear, I see you've indicated.
Thank you, Chair. As someone who's been at the coalface on overview and scrutiny for the last few years, just recently stepped down from the board, I feel what Councillor Broadhead is suggesting is actually going to give members some air, some time, and to actually, obviously we've spent time looking at this, but it would help with the timings, the management of things. I don't want anyone to get baffled or angry over this. We have spent time on this, but let's get this right. Let's not rush it, because if we set it up right, then this is what we will have as a model going forward for hopefully a number of years. We've already spent a numerous amount of time in ONS where we haven't got the best of productivity out of members, so we need to get this right. So I will be supporting the move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm going to start Council on the in my role as Chair of Audit and Governance on this occasion, and I want to follow through from the comment that Councillor Broadhead made about us using best endeavours. As far as constitutional matters are concerned and the review of the Constitution, at whichever stage, we undertake to do the work that is required of Council. That's what we've done in the previous review, that's what we've done in this review, and no doubt it's what we'll do in the next one, which will probably come to Council in the autumn. Now, in terms of the issue of the Place O committee, in terms of the situation with the proposed Place and Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we will use our best endeavours to go through a process, if that is the will of Council this evening, and if this gains the majority of support. And we will do our utmost to bring back a comprehensive set of proposals in time for enactment for the new municipal year, always on the basis, of course, that we have the resources available, particularly from democratic services and from the Council generally, and perhaps including external advice around best practice, etc., which again will require some additional resource. Given all of those issues being met, then I am prepared to agree that we will use not only best endeavours, but we will use every opportunity we can to bring back, in time for the start of the municipal year, a workable solution. Whether that is then a workable solution that gains the agreement of Council is another matter and beyond our remit. But I do believe it's important that we move on this, and bearing in mind the comments made by Councillor Bartlett and others, I think we're all cognizant that that obligation is very much there in front of us. And so I will do my best with both the working group and indeed the committee itself. And I'm sure members will be very keen to deliver on that timetable. If we are to do that, there are only probably two, but predominantly one opportunity for that to come back to council, and so therefore that will set the deadline. It will, though, require more work from Audit and Governance and additional meetings. I'm prepared to do that. I'm sure members of the committee will as well, in order to bring this back in a timely manner. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lucy. Any more contributions before I ask the proposer of the motion without notice to sum up? Councillor Cox. Councillor Cox, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel for the Chair of Audit Governance. He seemed to be struggling there to try and agree with his side on this particular issue. As a member of the Audit and Governance Committee, I'm constantly being told, I believe, by the Chair of how much workload that particular committee has. It's increased that workload because the accounts have still not been signed off yet. So we've got an awful lot of work to do in the next 3 months. And so, I think this is an unacceptable motion. I think it's absolutely extremely rude to have brought it to this stage without any notification whatsoever. And I don't see any reason why we can't go ahead as it is and then adjust it later on. That seems to be the logical thing to be. And I appreciate that they may want to make adjustments to the Place Committee. In fact, that particular issue was raised at the Audit and Governance, and in fact, I seem to remember the Chairman saying it would be dealt with later. And that's how it should be done. It should be dealt with later. We should proceed as we are and deal with any issues later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Phipps, I think you've indicated.
Yes, thank you. I just add to that I'm also on Audit and Governance, and I'm very, very surprised that this has just come forward just so quickly, just like this. Why wasn't it brought forward before? Such a lot of work has gone into all this at Audit and Governance, and we have a very big schedule coming up. We're actually putting in extra meetings of the committee to cope with the workload, and I'm very unhappy with this. I don't think it's right. And I also, as the last speaker said, do feel for the Chairman of Audit and Governance that this has suddenly been foisted upon him and on all of us. So I'm not happy with this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Filer, did you indicate? No. Thank you. Any other members want to contribute before I ask Councillor Broadhead to sum up? Councillor Broadhead?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will try and be brief. My colleague, Councillor Mellor, spoke about the fact that we're all in violent agreement on many things, and I will violently agree that we are violently in agreement. We all violently agree that the current overview and scrutiny function isn't quite working to the best of its ability. We are also all violently agreeing, by the sounds of it, that the idea, the concept, perhaps even the function of a place-based overview and scrutiny function seems like a good idea. However, in an effort to explain those that are baffled and angry, I was indeed present at the training for the proposed changes, and like many colleagues, liked the idea of this committee. However, right at the end of that meeting, it was announced at the very next meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee, they would be looking at the rest of the overview and scrutiny function. So for the sake of one cycle, my strong feeling is let's do this properly rather than do it rushed. If it's not working, adding a whole new board without looking at the rest of the function when we know that that is going to happen in a few months is just the sensible thing to do. There is a version of reality, a potential outcome of that Audit and Governance Committee where they wanted a whole host of new overview and scrutiny functions which might not sit with the proposal with this one, or it might well be that it's very, very similar. I think it's a sensible thing to do for the sake of a couple of months to look at the function more widely. It's not there to be provocative, it's there to be sensible and to make sure that we're doing it properly rather than rushed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. now propose that we move to the vote on this motion without notice. Can we ask for those in favour, please? Thank you, members. Those against, please, if you could stand. Thank you. You can be seated. And any abstentions, please? None. Thank you. That was carried. Thank you. Thank you for that. Right, that takes us back to the original running order on the agenda, which takes us to 7 items. 7A. Beg your pardon. So are there any further amendments at this point? Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have an amendment to move, and it's regarding the limits of speeches to 3 minutes. We know, Mr. Chairman, that no member, certainly this council, needs to ask a question at full council. The opportunity to ask questions is there 24/7 at the tap of a keyboard. But there are times when members want to ask that question in the most public way possible. It might be to ensure the largest audience, to promote a cause which others might pick up on, to make some political capital, or a mixture of all of those. But it's equally important that the answers to those questions are as full as is required, and, yes, for political barbs to be countered. Many of the questions asked are multifaceted, often in a number of parts, and it would be a disservice to the questioner and all those interested to give a less adequate answer purely because of a time limit. I fully understand the purpose of this proposal is not to make life difficult for those answering the questions. It's to find a way of speeding up council and ensuring that all those who have submitted questions have the opportunity to ask them without time running out. But that's a rare occurrence, and both the current and previous chairman have exercised flexibility in extending the period available for members' questions. If we're to really examine why council meetings are going on so long, in my opinion, it's not members' questions that we should be looking at. And if this proposal were to apply to responses to questions from members of the public, I strongly believe it would be the height of discourtesy to deny them the best answer we can give. I do accept that there have been occasions when answers have been longer than they should have been, or could have been, and I think it's upon Cabinet and lead members particularly to try to be more concise. Technical explanations can often be summarised, and maybe we need to take more care trying to do that. But a 3-minute limit would restrict the ability to fully and fairly answer questions, and it's not the solution. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make the amendment to insert a new recommendation for Part B on paragraph 13.5 to remove the words "or response to a question" from the proposed changes. If members need to see it, it's on page 256 of the bundle, and Democratic Services are aware and have liaised with me on the wording of that amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. This motion, this is not about the distinction between those who want an efficient, focused meeting and those who prefer a long-winded meeting that never ends. At stake here is the quality of the discussions that we have and the decision-making that we have on behalf of residents. Some questions lend themselves to an answer within 3 minutes, and where that happens, they should. Others have a wider scope. They need a longer answer to do themselves justice, and that's what we've got to be grown up and adult enough to judge ourselves. Just because a time limit is the easiest thing to physically control doesn't mean it's the right thing to control. It's biased in the sense that a question can be broad and sometimes provocative, but the answer needs to be clipped, even truncated. This is one-sided. Until we can find a way of controlling both the question and the answer in the interests of the highest quality discussion here at full council, then until we can do that, I support the amendment proposed by my colleague, Councillor Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, another sorry, I'm going to say it, can't I? Another bomb dropped on us. I think it's interesting because I've worked in the medical area and they work in terms of abstracts and summaries and what you need to say, you can easily say within 3 minutes. It is an arbitrary timescale, but it is about moving on the debate. And if there's further supplementary information that's helpful, it would be helpful to have it. And I know where I've asked questions outside of council meeting that I haven't received timely responses. And I know from other people's concerns previously that's happened to others as well. And I also know where some of the extended answers have allowed questions to fall off the back of the half an hour. So I don't think this is a helpful, sensible suggestion. I think we should be succinct and clear, and it should apply to the answers as well as the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. I understand from our IT team, Democratic Services, that Councillor Trent on Teams would like to contribute to the debate. Can we make that IT happen, please?
Yep. Are you able to hear? Yeah. With response to this proposal, I think it's quite bizarre because the questions I've put forward over the last year or so, 2/3 of the answer is usually a political lecture, usually about, oh, the last administration did this, did that, and the answer is usually a tiny fraction of what is presented. And I agree with the previous comment and say that a lot of the answers suggest to me that the timing is being gerrymandered to knock some of the questions off the end of the list. So although I can't vote in this for obvious reasons, I completely disagree with what's being proposed, that the discipline of 3 minutes should apply to both sides, because as has been said, you can answer a question adequately without straying over 4, 5, 6 minutes. It just means that the question has to be answered rather than used as a platform to make, party political points, which is what often happens. So, personally, I hope the amendment's not accepted.
Thank you, IT, for bringing Councillor Trent into the room. He's not missed now. He's with us. Councillor Dunlop. I'm so sorry. It's the yellow combination that fooled me. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. The point was made that councillors actually don't need to ask questions because as and when we want information, we can get on the phone or on our laptops and go directly to the officer or member who can give us the answer. So public questions are entirely political points, and I think Councillor Trent has totally missed the point. One of the earlier questions today was in 3 or 4 parts, so in fact it required 3 or 4 answers. And an answer is usually slightly longer than the question because it necessitates some explanation. And in fact, Chairman, if there is a possibility, I would like to add a further amendment that questions go to the end of the council agenda and not the beginning, and that could well take some of the political posturing out of both the questions and the answers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Cox, I understand you indicated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My goodness, we are really putting our stranglehold over the members, aren't we? Councillor Iyengar, I'm really surprised at you with the statement you made. You say we have to work to control the question. We have to work to control the answer. I mean, that's an apology. That's sort of 1984. It seems to me. The problem, Councillor Stribley, is that we ask questions and we don't get any answers. And actually, that's the major problem, is that you ask questions, you get no answers. Councillor Brooke actually came today, he spent 4 months trying to get an answer out of the leader. It was only because within hours of this meeting that he actually managed to get an answer. So that's actually not true. The questions to councillors, and I'm not an abuser of that one, it is actually quite valuable. I appreciate a lot of them are political, as are a lot of the answers. And actually to try and the answers themselves, if you'd listen to it from the other side of the room, you'll find that they are quite long, they are quite tedious, and they are deliberately designed to cut off further questions in the room. So actually, Councillor Trent is quite wrong. This motion is not bizarre. I believe it's quite sinister, and therefore I would be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any others would like to speak to the amendment? Indicating? Or are you just waving? Oh, Councillor Farquhar. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've got an example. If we move aside, I'd sort of bring councillors, if I may, attention to Councillor Stribley's proposed amendment. I would wholeheartedly support that. This one I will not be supporting, having been on the receiving end of somewhat lengthy replies, shall we say, to questions, which may well be multifaceted. The reason I bring questions to full council is because I listen to other members' questions because it makes me aware of issues in other wards, other areas of the town, etc., that I may wish to, get involved in or contribute to the debate, and it widens my knowledge of the workings of the council across the whole geography, rather than us being isolated in our own particular wards. What I'd like to bring the council's attention to, if I may, Chair, is that we had a question for the member of the public this very evening. The reply to which, to my mind, needed to be somewhat more dynamic in its response to a very valid concern as regards the state of graffiti and waste was, with all respect to the member that gave the reply, was like somebody who was reading a brochure. I think any member of the public and any councillor, any member, would be quite able to read the council's website for what it is that we're attempting to do. So I know we've not got the ability to ask that member of the public to give feedback on the reply that they received, but it seemed very lengthy and it seemed very pertinent to actually take that into account when we're considering this amendment, is that even a reply to the member of the public for action from the council and a clear and succinct answer to what would be done, as I say, sounded to me like reading from a brochure. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Fear and Councillor Rigby. Councillor Fear first, please.
Thank you, Chair. If we just come back to the move that Councillor Green has said, I feel I completely understand. You ask a question, you should get a good answer. Get that. If that takes up to 3 minutes, that's fine. If it takes up to 5, 6 minutes, that's fine. But you're going to get the answer that is provided. I feel if anyone that's going to vote against this is kind of anti-democratic in that sense, because what you want to do is kind of take away the reasonable place of having a question being answered. You've asked the question, wait for the answer. And then if you don't like or you want to pick up on something about that, then you have a supplementary. There's no issue around this. If you're happy to get rid of the 10 minutes, if you're happy to get rid of not having a time limit and put this kind of backwards looking 3 minutes involved, then the party that has Democrat in its name, I really don't understand why it's there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Rigby.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm not in favour of the amendments, unfortunately. To be honest with you, I'd probably make the time a little bit shorter because, you know, why spend 3 minutes saying something you can say in 30 seconds? If we could keep it concise and actually answer questions, it would be quite nice. I do like the fact you brought up the supplementary questions, though. That is where I found something a little bit more interesting, where there aren't pre-prepared answers and it's a bit more off the cuff, and it's kind of that response and feedback, and I think that really helps us get a bigger picture of, like, a nicer idea of what's actually going on and the thought process behind, you know, the original question and also the response as well. So I think if there's going to be the 3 minutes, would that be then including another 3 minutes for a supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Did you want to...
Sorry, just to finish off, Chair. My apologies. The only other thing I'd agree is potentially with, far be for me to agree with Councillor Stribley very often, but when she said about moving the questions to the end, I do think that could be beneficial as well as to making it a little bit more concise, the whole meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Wilson, I think you indicated.
Yeah, just to come back on one councillor's point around things being just to come back on one councillor's point about things being anti-democratic, based on that argument, we should probably get rid of all time limits, and we should probably get rid of the word limit on public questions, because otherwise they can't express themselves in the way that they wish to. I would agree with Councillor Rigby on moving the questions as well to the end of the meeting. I think that worked previously. I think that it can take up a lot of time during the meetings. Sometimes you're kind of 2 hours into a meeting before you get into other parts, the kind of body of the meeting. So that would be my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nicola Green, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. I do understand the thinking behind this proposal, and indeed I endorse the spirit of it, but I do think the amendment is right because the original proposal, to my mind, conflicts with the requirements for accountability and transparency. The question that I was asked this evening from a member of the public, and the same applies if it were to be a member of this council, had 3 parts, each of which required a response. And I would assure members that I spent almost as much time removing information from my answer, which I did provide to the member of the public in a supplementary note, as I did in writing the answer in the first place. And I simply couldn't remove any of that information without removing the answer to the question. I'm sorry that it has disappointed Councillor Farquhar that I put the preparation in and showed the courtesy to the member of the public, which I would hope that all members of this administration would do. But that's the way it is, and if it sounded like a brochure to you, well, I'm glad it was as well written. In terms of feedback, well, frankly, that's nonsense, Councillor Farquhar, and had you listened to my answer through to the end, you would have heard me invite the organisation who are represented through the council to meet with me and an officer to discuss my answer and the original issue. So I don't really know what much more that I could do in terms of feedback. But going back to this, the amendment as it's been moved, I wholly support it because I think that, and I take the challenge that's implied in staying relevant and avoiding waffle, but I do think this, the suggestion as it stands falls into the category of an apparent solution, which is neat, plausible, but it's wrong. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Slade, did you indicate?
Yeah, it was just really a point of clarification. I'm glad that Councillor Stribley has returned to the room, because she'd left the room, wouldn't have heard if I was called earlier. But if we actually read these changes to the Constitution, they do include a change of order for the full council meeting, which does move the councillor questions to the end. So it's unfortunate that perhaps that hadn't been picked up earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. All adds to the debate and wider knowledge. Any more contributions before I ask the Councillor Green, the proposer, with the amendment to sum up? Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Bartlett.
Sorry, Chair. Could we have clarification? Do we have one move that includes moving the questions to the end of the council session?
No, we do
not. That's going to be a separate one, is it? A separate amendment?
It hasn't been proposed at this point.
I thought Councillor Stribley proposed that.
So, members, one of the proposed amendments in the Constitution as a whole is that the order of business is reorganised, placing the questions at the end of the agenda. It's one of many changes in the Constitution that members are at liberty to seek further amendment on, or to debate, in fact. But the amendment proposed by Councillor Stribley, I don't believe is necessary, because that's already one of the proposed changes to the Constitution. Thank you.
So it wasn't actually a formal proposal. Councillor Stribley, you have your hand up.
Yes, Chairman, as a matter of explanation, I was not trying to amend the amendment we were debating. I was suggesting, in fact, what is in the thing, that it makes much more sense for the questions to be at the end.
So you weren't registering an amendment. Ms Sice, would you
No,
like
Chairman.
to just reiterate the clarification on that, please?
Okay, so one of the amendments currently proposed in the report on the Constitution is that Article 4.3 of Part 2 change the order of business to allow for questions at the end of the agenda. So we, Council hadn't considered any amendment from Councillor Stribley. She'd mentioned it in passing in her comments on the debating of the amendment from Councillor Green. And my view is that Councillor Stribley doesn't need to move that amendment, because it is already one of the proposed changes. I hope that's clear. Happy to answer anything.
Do any members need further clarification on that particular point? Thank you. Thank you, Ms Sice. So, Councillor Green, could I ask you to sum up on your proposed amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'll use the time to try to address some of the points that have been made. Councillor Hadley spoke about it as another bomb that had been dropped, and why was it brought about so late? The answer is because for most of us, we only heard about the final recommendations when the papers were published for Council, and then it was discussed last Thursday, so we had little time to do so. As far as Councillor Farquhar is concerned, I find not very much relevance in the to the amendment in what he said, but I would have to point out that the other Councillor Green's answer I thought was both eloquent and suitable, but also it failed to include in it quite politely what a state was left by the previous administration because of the disastrous policy of let it grow, which is one of the reasons that we had all those complaints last year about the untidy area. Councillors Trent and Stribley both spoke about the political element in the answers. Indeed, that is true, as I said originally, because there is a political element in why those questions are asked at Council. And Councillor Cox spoke about the opportunity, and Councillor Trent, about answers to questions trying to take up the time. Well, I should point out that, sad though it is, I decided to look at all 16 questions that I've been asked since I became a Cabinet member by other members over the course of those meetings, and have found that on 13 of those I answered within 3 minutes. There were 2 4-minute answers and a 6.5-minute answer with an average of 2.5 minutes. So I think that really is not the case. As far as Councillor Cox is concerned Also, he spoke about stranglehold that's being put on members. Well, there is only one stranglehold that's being suggested here, and that is the restriction of the democratic opportunity to answer questions fully and correctly. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to close and will move that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Green. So I'm going to move to the vote, please. For Councillor Green's amendment, could those indicate in favour? Thank you, members. For those against, please. Thank you. And those against, those abstaining, please. Thank you. It was carried. Thank you. Are there any more debate on the substantive item? We can then move to a vote. Councillor Beasley, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I'll make this brief because I think all members understand what's in front of them this evening. Suffice to say that in summing up, I'm glad to see that the proposals remain largely intact, and that I think is in part due to the thoroughness of the work done by Audit and Governance, and indeed the huge support that we've had from Democratic and Legal Services, without which we wouldn't be able to debate any of these items this evening. In terms of where we are right now, as I said earlier, there will be more opportunities for amendments to come forward to the Constitution, which will go through the same process as we've just undertaken, and I hope that we will by that stage have dealt with most, if not all, of the issues that members want to take a look at, certainly in the life of this current council. I think that we've got that process about right. One of the things which I think was of huge benefit actually was the all-member briefing last Thursday. It's very difficult to know when and how to bring that forward. If we do it too early, members will say it is too early. If we leave it till when we did, at least it's fresh in everybody's minds. And that is what we would propose to do again in the future. And of course, Mr. Jones and Ms. Seiss were instrumental in making that happen. I thought it was very thorough, very good piece of work. And of course, the slides were circulated. The one area I want to make a quick point about is the issue of the overview and scrutiny work that we will be undertaking. I'm not offended at all by the decision of Council in this or any other matter to do with audit and governance, but what I would say is my intention, and I'm sure the intention of the committee on that very important issue, isn't just about using best endeavours. It isn't just about the timeliness of getting to a conclusion and bringing it back to Council. My determination will be that the debate will take place through the audit and governance process, so that when it does come back, we have something that members will feel strongly able to support, cross-party, so that we have a workable solution. Because it isn't, I think, in the best interests of the council to be debating these matters at full council, having gone through such a lengthy and detailed process previously. So we will be throwing the doors open to allow that to happen, provided the resources are made available. And in so doing, I hope we will end up with something that members can take forward, and in fact is longer than the life of this current council. In other words, something that is truly fit for purpose for the longer term. That is my commitment. I suspect it's now, provided this goes the way I think it may, the commitment of the rest of the committee. And if we can do that, I think we'll have performed a service for this council, and one that members can reflect on favourably. So, Chairman, in summing up, there is very little really other than what we've heard in the debate this evening. There is a huge amount that lies behind if you, as councillors, are prepared to support this evening as the substantive item. A huge number of minor and technical changes, a real clean-up of the council's constitution. All of those things very necessary for a 21st century council of this size, and something which I hope all members here this evening will be finding as something that they can support without reservation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Okay, that was item 7C. We're now going to move to a vote, please. For those in favour?
I think there's only 2 that aren't voting in favour. Do you know the numbers? Here.
That's carried.
Those against or abstentions?
For those against, please, to indicate.
Against, just one.
Yeah.
And then abstentions.
And the abstentions.
Yeah.
Thank you, members. Councillor Brooke, you're indicating?
Yes, Chair. I stood and voted in favour of the items, but would like it recorded following the failure of the amendment to part 3 that I still object to that inclusion.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Butler, please.
I would like my vote recorded against, apart from section A1, which I agree with. Thank you. I think this vote was, that was the reason, because it was bulk voted for every section rather than each section separately.
Thank you for that, Councillor Butler. Thank you. Okay, back to the normal running order now. Item 7A. Cabinet, 24th November 2021, minute number 86, Estates and Accommodation, BCP Civic Space. Councillor Filer, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Mellor to second the move. Councillor Filer?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm seconding this move because I chaired the working party which looked into the renovation of the former Bournemouth Town Hall.
Councillor Filer, for the record, you're moving the recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll formally move the recommendation then before I start. I chaired the working party along with Councillor Diana Butler and Councillor Marcus Andrews, and we did a lot of work to get it absolutely right. It would be nice for us all to get back to a nice, warm environment and a place where we can all be heard all the time. I think tonight's been quite difficult. I love that building, the former Bournemouth Town Hall, and of course I realise that a lot of people here won't know it very well at all, and some not at all, but we had priorities. We were a good group. We had the priorities to ensure that that new building is easily accessible for everybody, members of the public, for people who work there, and for councillors. That the council chamber can comfortably accommodate all councillors and have the good appropriate technology, and that the whole area will be flexible, safe and secure and fully compliant with fire safety, and that all the meeting areas, toilets and baby change area will be decorated and refreshed to modern standards. Because so many features of the exterior and interior are listed, heritage protected, it's not at all straightforward to convert it into a modern centre suitable for our present needs and on into the future. But once it has been remodelled, the new civic centre will offer greatly enhanced facilities and be fully accessible. Colleagues, this is going to be a place well used by us all, but also by the many participants in functions, meetings, weddings, citizenship ceremonies, and so much more that the building will be used for in the future. We want it to be accessible with dignity for everybody, regardless of their mobility or other needs, that it will be well used and will become a source of pride for all the residents of BCP Council. It's a great opportunity for us to get this building fit for a 21st century, and I'm very pleased to move the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. And Councillor Mell, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I'll just start briefly by thanking the Chairman of that Working Party, Councillor Fowler, and the members on it. I think we've got a really thorough piece of work here. Effectively, the ambitions for the building has been split into two parts, Phase 1 and Phase 2. This Phase 1 does exactly what Councillor Fowler says. It delivers a democratic centre for us that is really fit for purpose. So it's modern, it's accessible, and particularly important, we're never again going to be able to not stream our meetings. So I think one of the great things from COVID is it's been enabled more people to be able to watch and get involved in the business of the council. So just to clarify what this paper does is it delivers that £1 million of investment, and part of that is around the council chamber and also the Phoebe suite. So we'll always be able to be accessible. Chair, I'm very happy to second this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I've opened it up to members of the debate. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the changes to make the civic space fully accessible and multifunctional and the efforts of the working group. Over 2 years ago now, we declared a climate and ecological emergency as a council, and yet I have to ask what steps are being taken to ensure that we future-proof our civic space towards the looming net zero targets, especially in terms of minimising the energy use. And I appreciate it's a heritage building, and as Councillor Fowler said, you know, that's something we need to worry about. But lots of money is being spent on additional power sockets and AV equipment, 180,000 on heating and cooling systems, and a lot on redecorating the chamber and even bespoke carpets. I'm not sure we really need them to be bespoke, but there's no provision showing the plans or detailed in the papers around additional insulation, around heat recovery and the ventilation systems. Nothing about intelligent heating controls or motion detection lighting or renewable energy generation. The finance schedule highlights that the timber windows will be overhauled, but that's not otherwise mentioned in the report. Will they be triple glazed? In the process, these things should be standard features of any changes we make in supporting or being serious about meeting our 2030 target. This doesn't even get a mention in the sustainability impact section of the paper, which only talks about the new ways of working and an interim travel plan. I anticipate that I'll get a response that these things are a given. Well, sadly, I don't believe that. If they're not clearly stated, then I'm not sure that they will be given the priority to happen. Please, can the public be reassured that the council practices what it preaches and be clear in how this refurbishment will adapt best standards for climate mitigation to be fit for the next 30 years, and also to reduce the risks of our spiralling energy costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Pedoven, I understand you indicated.
Yes, I have an amendment to move, which has been pre-warned to the appropriate officers. And my screen has just died.
So you have actually lodged an amendment and the wording is with the Democratic Services, yes?
I have. Unfortunately,
They will
the
obviously
wording has
confirm
just
that.
disappeared for... Right, I've got it back. Sorry. I want to move an amendment to add an additional recommendation to paragraph B on page 45 of the agenda, to form two parts reading B1. Should the lowest tender figure exceed the sum in paragraph B, sorry, that was B2, in B1 by 15%, any request for approval of phase 1 works to council must first be brought back to the Civic Centre Working Party for recommendations and reconsideration that all the items summarised in paragraph 24 are essential for the BCP Civic Centre. The purpose of this amendment is to ensure that at all stages there is full democratic oversight of the transformation of the Town Hall in Bournemouth into a suitable civic centre for BCP, and particularly that a close eye is kept on the cost. A key factor in the formation of this council was the opportunity to make substantial savings. Already these promised savings seem to be decreasing, so we need to take every opportunity to avoid unnecessary expenditure. The budget of £1.067 million already has a built-in contingency of 17.5%, so this amendment would only become operative if all tenders exceed the base figure by more than 32.5%, or near enough 1/3. I accept that we could be asking for a brief delay in implementing the scheme, and the timescale is already worryingly tight, but that can be no excuse for rushing into accepting an excessive bid. As with everything, it is incumbent on all of us to do our best to ensure that we get value for money and cut out wasteful spending. I therefore urge members to accept this amendment and to keep a close watch on spending and what is sought to be achieved. My seconder will raise other very important matters which I haven't alluded to.
Thank you, Councillor Pedovan. And Councillor Andrews, I assume you're seconding.
I'm prepared to second it, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to speak now, if you
Yes, indeed,
allow me
please.
to. As a member of the Working Party, we as councillors concentrated on the improvements and adaptations that you see before you as regards phases 1 and 2. Phase 1 works are just the start. The cost of circa £1 million is very much a desktop guesstimate. My concern as a surveyor in practice is that the tender sums will be much higher. In 2021, building costs rocketed in the UK. Timber and steel by 75%. The average rise on all materials was 20%. There was a 10% rise in overall building costs, including labour. This was the biggest percentage rise in the past 40 years. As an example, I'm aware of a project in the middle of Bournemouth, which was originally estimated on a desktop appraisal, similar one, at £28,000. When last December the final bill came in, that was £56,000. Yes, double. That was partially due to the owner wanting work done ASAP. Well, we want this work done ASAP before May, because that's when Poole Civic Centre, where our committee meetings are presently being held, closes. So I'm not happy with the recommendation we just delegate to the chief executive, the leader, etc., in placing the contract, as I fear it will be much more than 1 million, so it will need some scrutiny. Our council tax residents and business rate payers will be seeing record rises in fuel bills on their accommodation this year. There's also national insurance increases, escalating RPI. There will be concerns that we're spending way over the 1.067 million guesstimate, and the quotes, I fear, will be much higher. So we need a check on the final figure. If it's over 15% more than expected, then I'm certainly more than happy to second the amendment, and I hope other members will as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Thank you. I understand, Councillor Mello, you wish to lead the debate on this amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will do. And first of all, I'll speak to, I think, the spirit of what has been put forward. It's about, being cost effective, and I understand that. And also, we take, Councillor Andrews' experience in this sector strongly. That said, let's get back to where we are. This is putting a budget forward. The council gives us the authority to delegate to the chief exec, myself, as well. If the budget exceeds what the council has given us the permission to spend, which you're alluding to could happen, then we'd have to come back to council for further budget. So I think we can get this effectively dispelled with really, really quite quickly. We do not have the authority to spend above this budget, so your amendment is irrelevant, and I think we should quite quickly reject it.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor L.J. Evans, I think, did you indicate?
Thank you, Chair, but
you.
I didn't want to speak to the amendment.
Sorry, say that again.
So I didn't want to speak to the amendment, but to the substantive motion once this debate is complete.
Did everybody get that?
Councillor L.J. Evans does not want to speak to the amendment.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to contribute? No one? Okay. Can I ask Councillor Pedovan to sum up, please?
Come around much quicker than I expected. I would like confirmation from the officers before we take the vote that the point that the leader has made is true, that any figure above the budget will have to come back to council. I still think that it needs to go also to the working party because they've initiated this process. They've done all the key work, the key thinking and planning, and I think it is only right that they should be
Chairman,
involved
point of order.
in any
the member
further
should be
decisions.
summing up.
I think the member's finished. It's been indicated to me that Adam Richins is on the line. Can we ask him to contribute at this point? Sorry about the clunk.
Chair, if I can come in, just to clarify the Council's financial regulations. Financial regulations are quite a complicated set of documentations, but my advice would normally be if Council has approved a scheme and say it's £1 million, and actually there then is a variation, that variation from the original amount needs, as Councillor Mellor quite rightly points out, needs approval. The issue then would be as to who obtains that approval. Is it a service director? Is it a cabinet approval? Or is it back to council? And that will depend on the value associated with the change. So normally, if it was, say, less than £500,000 variation, that could be something that the corporate director seeks approval for. If it's between £500,000 and £1 million, that could be a cabinet approval. And again, if the variation is greater than £1 million, that could be a council decision. But as I think Councillor Mellor alluded to, there is that idiosyncrasy within that, in the sense that you've got to identify the funding for that as well. And you would have to consider exactly, okay, so if there was a variation, not only what is the value of the variation, but how are you funding that? And that funding would you need to reflect on, okay, so how are we going to prove that? So it's not straightforward as perhaps we would want it to be.
The Chief Executive would like to contribute.
Sorry, Chairman, just to add a comment, I think that's technically where the financial regulations are, but I don't think we would see a position where the council would approve a £1 million budget and then we would spend £1.49 million under officer delegation and think that was okay, because a 50% increase in the budget I think would be significant. So I think that the technical delegations are one thing, but in practice I don't think you would see us trying to go through cabinet with a £2 million project on a £1 million council approval. I think we would bring that back to the council for that sort of variation.
Thank you for that aspect of clarification.
Can I just clarify that
you may ask for clarification, yes.
That I was emphasising is that it should go back to the working party, not just to council.
We're happy with that, Councillor Pedowin. Thank you. So at this point, we ask for a vote on this proposed amendment. Are those in favour, please? For those against? Thank you, members. And any abstentions, please? Thank you, members. So, can I ask for Councillor Filer to sum up, please? Pardon.
Thank you, Chair. An Equalities Impact Assessment has been completed, and whilst there's specific mention of baby changing facilities, I can see no mention of a safe space for breastfeeding. Would the portfolio holder agree that breastfeeding is good for mums, babies, and the environment, and that enabling this to happen should be a priority for BCP Council? If so, please could consideration be given to this as a dedicated area within the new civic space? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to add a few points as I was part of the working party. If members could look at page 58, which is a plan of the part of the building, if you look at the bottle-shaped room with a marking of 6, this is actually the Willows room, which is probably the prettiest room in the whole building, which is used for weddings and other functions. And unfortunately, I haven't seen this before, but the proposal is to change the bay window, which is the main feature, to have a fire escape. I can't see why maybe a cheaper option and a more aesthetic option would be to have the fire escape in the door in the window that is the other end of the bottle shape, which is on the left-hand side, which is off an ante-room, and it wouldn't affect any view of the room itself inside. I don't know whether you understand what I mean on this, but you've got to look at the diagram. It's the pink room, which is bottle-shaped. This, I think, would probably reduce the cost quite a bit, and it also wouldn't ruin the listed beautiful window, which is a massive three-sided bay window. Another concern is the financial risk on page 53.48. Talking about income yearly, we must remember that now we're BCP, we can also use Poole Civic Building for income on a yearly basis. Also, page 61, I don't know why £10,000 has been quoted for moving the memorabilia. It seems an awful lot of money just to move things from one place to another within the same building. So that cost I was a bit, I questioned slightly. I think the estimate might have been overestimated. So we might actually be saving money on certain quotes of cost. I also think that things like the carpets and even the seating in the chamber could be maybe left till later to be replaced. But that's just my personal opinion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Slade, I understand you indicate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Butler, for raising the question on the Willows room. I hadn't noticed that, and as my dad got married in that room, it is a very special space, and it would be a real shame, and I'm sure the listing building people would probably have something to say about it. But I note that that's in phase 2, and that therefore isn't included in anything to do with these costings. My concern, alongside the lack of content on the sustainability element, is the timing. It states in the paper that both phase 1 and phase 2 require a planning application. We are supposed to be moving back into the space in May because of the closure of the Paul Civic Centre. Regardless of the fact there's been a huge clearance in planning, the chances of a planning application being submitted, approved, and then having time to complete the work by May feels like it's, well, Alice in Wonderland territory. Added to that listed building consent timeline, and I've just been looking on the Procurement Southwest process, that whilst some of the work is deemed to be done in-house, it does state in the paper that there will be the procurement process used. And every single procurement item that is on there for BCP Council at the moment runs for a minimum of 4 weeks for an expression of interest to come in. So I'm absolutely baffled as to how we can submit a procurement, give it time for expressions of interest, create a detailed scope, get the materials, get into somebody's timescale to get the work done, complete the work and move back in, all in the space of 4 months. So I'd be very keen to hear how that is going to happen. The other thing which doesn't appear to be included in the budget, and perhaps someone can clarify, is the costs of hiring the BIC. I'm assuming that we are not going to be able to use that room between now and May if it's going to be ripped apart, and therefore we will have to be somewhere else. But I don't see anything in the budget for the costs of using this space, or indeed the lack of income from weddings during that 4 or 5 month period, and the potential delay if things don't go to plan by May. So I'd be really interested to hear some answers on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Do we have any responses at this point? Any further contributions? I can't see a hand up anywhere. So, Councillor Filer, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The first comment was made by Councillor Hadley, and I absolutely agree with everything he said. And I'm sure that all the activities that will be taking place with any of the new building in the town hall, we will be mindful of all. He mentioned the climate emergency. We're all very mindful of that. Insulation, motion lighting, and glazed windows. I'm perfectly sure that the team will take that on board and that it will take place. It makes utter sense at this time. The rising and unprecedented costs are just that, which were mentioned by Councillor Andrews. For all of us, any of us doing anything at home or anywhere, the costs are unprecedented. We live in unprecedented times. And unfortunately, that's something that's going to have to be borne in mind. I can't answer Councillor Slade's questions because the technical side of it, certainly, I think that would be for an officer to answer as to timescales and planning permissions. Councillor Evans, I didn't absolutely hear what you said, but I thought you were talking about spaces for children and parents. Is that what you were saying? Excuse me, Chairman, but it was a little muffled. I couldn't quite hear.
Councillor Evans, would you like to add clarity?
Thank you. Yeah, just a space for breastfeeding.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Councillor. No. Well, certainly we were mindful when we were talking about the refurbishment of the building that there should be spaces for parents and children, and I'd like the officers to take it back that there will be a set-aside place to make it convenient for parents to feed their babies wherever and whenever they want to. It will be a building which I hope personally, will be really well used. And it shouldn't be a place that makes people feel uncomfortable. Everybody should be able to use it regardless of anything, and that's certainly a very important point. Councillor Butler's very perceptive point about that fire escape. Councillor Butler has been a really valued member of this team, and she sees things, she's seen a couple of things during our deliberations that have been really good, and I hadn't picked that up, and I think that's a detail that needs to be taken back to the officers to be dealt with, because it is the Willows room is a beautiful room and well used, and if she's read it right and I've read her right, then it does need to be looked at again. The timing, Councillor Slade, does seem tight. And again, I think that's for officers to answer. I think we'll be really lucky. But there's one thing, I don't think the council chamber, I know the council chamber is not going to be ripped apart. It's going to be renovated, and with a 6-week gap between council meetings, the work that's going to be done is not extensive because it is a listed room. And so it's going to be done sympathetically, and I'm sure that there will be time. And let's all hope that by the next council meeting, well, certainly by the May council meeting, we will be able to be in there, that COVID will have receded and it will be safer to be back in there in comfort. So, Chairman, I hope that that sums up, and I'm sure that the points that have been made have been good points, and I hope that we all take it on board and that we can now vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Yeah, I found that most illuminating and absolutely vital, all the contributions in that debate there. Thank you. So this is item 7A. Can we move to the vote, please? All those in favour? Thank you, members. And being unanimous, I wouldn't expect anybody to stand up in against or an abstention, but in case you feel we missed you, anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. At this point, it's proposed that we have a break. It will be timed strictly, but I don't know how long. The consensus, apparently, from the Chief Executive is 10 minutes.
So can we say 21:45 to be back?
21:45 Eastern Standard Time. Your return. Thank you. Oh, Chief Executive, I couldn't tell them it's their own time that they're wasting, could I? Good job this microphone's not on. Thank you, members. Just about to start the live streaming. Please. I know it's cold, you're putting your coat on. Thank you, members. We're all seated. Right, okay, if we could ask the live streaming to continue, please. Thank you, members. Thank you for that short break and returning to your place. Brings us now to item 7B. Cabinet, 24th of November 2021, minute number 90, Folkestone Railway Station improvement. Councillor Slade, I understand that you have a question to ask relating to this issue, and I call upon you to ask it now. I will then ask Councillor Mike Green to respond. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just finding it. Bear with me one moment. There we go. Could the portfolio holder please confirm what bids and approaches were made to the Western Gateway Sub-Regional Transport Board and to the Dorset Local Enterprise Partnership for funding towards lifts at the Folkestone station? As the platforms are at other stations within the BCP area are also inaccessible for those with disabilities, should we be expecting announcements that the council taxpayer will be subsidising the rail company's facilities at the other stations?
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Mike Green to respond, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The Dorset Local Enterprise Partnership's Local Growth Fund, which related to transport infrastructure and facilitating future growth, was exhausted and came to an end well before the opportunity arose for the Council to participate in the Folkestone project. This would have been the only fund for which the Council could submit an eligible bid, and it was therefore not appropriate and would not have served any purpose to approach the LEP. The Western Gateway is not sub-regional, as the question states. It is sub-national and concentrates only on strategic projects and strategies themselves, which have the scale for significant large area impact. Moreover, it is not a funding body to which councils can submit bids for projects like these. It does not hold or distribute funds itself. It promotes bids of subnational importance to the Department for Transport. Even if the Folkestone Station scheme had somehow been considered within that class, and I cannot see how that would be possible, all Western Gateway-driven investment for the period 2020 to 2025 was identified and secured well before the funding shortfall was identified. The council taxpayer is not subsidising South Western Railway's facilities. The facilities themselves are the property of Network Rail, which is publicly owned and only leased to SWR as the current franchisee. Indeed, it is SWR's £1.6 million contribution which is subsidising public facilities. When SWR's franchise ends, so will any benefit that they derive. In contrast, our council taxpayers will be able to continue to use these much enhanced facilities forever. It would be fantastic if more opportunities like this were to come along, where the council is able to partner National Rail and SWR to deliver significant improvements to stations and particularly their accessibility. If they do, I am sure the council will be extremely keen to explore them. There may also be potential through the National Rail strategy. However, as it stands, Folkestone is in the unique position where extensive lobbying over many years by Andy Jones before he was a councillor, Tobias Elwood MP, the old Bournemouth Council and others eventually led to substantial funds being committed by the franchisee. Rather than carping from the sidelines as some seem to be doing, we should all be celebrating the success on behalf of those with limited mobility and everyone else who will benefit from these changes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Slade?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification of where funding may come. That is very helpful. I am sure that there were many people other than Conservatives who've been lobbying for these improvements to Folkestone, and I'm sure we will now see significant lobbying from communities in other parts of BCP now that they're aware that this is an opportunity for them. I wonder if the portfolio holder could clarify that with the direct funding, therefore, of the council taxpayer to parts of the station, what consideration is being given over to the provision of additional community space within the Folkestone station?
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I think if we go through the Appendix 1 on the report, it gives more details about exactly what is expected in the station, and I will also, Mr. Chairman, be referring to it in the debate just to come. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. So, Councillor Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Jones to second the move. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. It's probably best to introduce the paper by means of a brief potted history. Over 1/3 passengers use Folkestone Station each year, yet it has steep stairs, meaning the platforms are very difficult to access by many disabled people and those with limited mobility. There have also been several accidents. For more than a decade, there's been a campaign to get lifts installed. And Andy, Tobias, Bournemouth Council and various others have been pushing the DFT incredibly hard, and the result was a requirement in the franchise, eventually won by South Western Railway, that those lifts needed to be installed. As investigations proceeded, SWR discovered that having allocated £1.6 million to the project, they'd significantly underestimated the sum needed, and a battle developed between Bournemouth Council and them over whether SWR were required to go ahead, whatever the cost. What happened between May 2019 and October 2020, of course, I really don't know. But when COVID arrived, it became a moot point anyway, because SWR's patronage levels dropped massively. It became loss-making, and through a national rail contract, it was effectively taken over by the Department for Transport, who pay SWR a fee now to run the service. These recommendations today not only resolve the stalemate over the lifts, but actually go a lot further. SWR, or effectively the Department for Transport, have said that they will still put in their £1.6 million, even though the new contract means that they don't have to. Network Rail has agreed a contribution of £1.5 million, and the Council, if the recommendations are approved today, will act as the funder of last resort, providing a contribution of up to £2.6 million to complete the funding needed to deliver a package of measures, not just the lifts, but platform and bridge improvements, security enhancements like in additional CCTV, additional accessibility works, and a much needed overhaul of the building and forecourt so the station is more welcoming. Obviously, this was discussed extensively at overview and scrutiny, and I hope that between that meeting and November's Cabinet and my answer to the question a few minutes ago, that any remaining questions have now been answered. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is unique to Folkestone Station. It delivers on the hopes and aspirations shared by so many for so long. It provides our residents with close to £6 million worth of improvements to a public asset for less than half that sum. And I hope it's going to be backed by this meeting so we can now get on with the job. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I understand, Councillor Jones, you wish to second the move.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted to second the recommendations. To say that I'm happy that we've been asked to agree the recommendations in this report is an understatement, and indeed is testament to the incredible hard work and dedication of residents and businesses in Boscombe and Folkestone areas who have campaigned tirelessly to make Folkestone Station accessible to all groups within our community. It's fair to say that there have been many setbacks over nearly 11 years, but the sheer effort and endeavour, along with the determination to succeed, has been abundantly clear for all to see in getting us to this position. Giving up was never an option, that's for sure. Whilst it's impossible to express thanks to all those who've been involved in the campaign over the last decade, I would like to mention just some of those. Firstly, to DOT's Disability Group, who have highlighted the plight of the station in a brilliant short video, closely followed by the very talented Simon Fernand, who wrote and sang the brilliant and very catchy Folkestone Station song. If you haven't heard it, then I'd encourage you to look it up on YouTube. It's absolutely brilliant. Special thanks also needs to go to Ben Smith, chair of the Station Action Group, who set up the Make Folkestone Station Accessible petition, signed by over 2,000 people, and regularly keeps them updated on progress. Thanks also to committee members of the Folkestone Community Forum, both past and present, for initiating this campaign and for continuing to make it a priority despite some of the many hurdles that we've had to negotiate. For those who have said, well, you could have spent more time looking for other ways to jointly fund this project, why should the council step up to the plate? I say this: the Station Action Group has spent many years looking for alternative funding through discussions with council officers, the local MP Tobias Elwood, and numerous exchanges with the Department for Transport. However, we have drawn a blank. Yes, SWR and Network Rail should be footing the bill for this project in its entirety, but that just isn't going to happen. And whilst we could spend many more months and years looking for funding with no guarantees of success, quite honestly, the people of Boscombe and Folkestone deserve better. That is why I'm thrilled to see these recommendations in this paper, which will lead to the installation of lifts and a much needed refurbishment of the station. And my goodness, does it need it. I long to see a station that is fully accessible to all groups within our community, and one that will form a key part of the regeneration project in Boscombe moving forward with the exciting Town Fund bid. I urge colleagues to support the recommendations as stated in this report, and let's get going on making the improvements to Folkestone Station a reality as soon as possible. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Very passionate there. Thank you. Can I open this up to debate, please? Would you indicate? Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chairman. There are many reasons why I cannot support this recommendation. And I doubt if I can do justice to that in the next 3 minutes. However, I'll get to the main points. Firstly, this is a significant cost to the council taxpayers of a total between £4 and £5 million for lifts that for most of the time will be motionless. Very few trains stop at the station, and in my opinion, these exorbitant costs do not represent value for money for our residents. Secondly, the cost of providing lifts is not the responsibility of BCP Council, taxpayer. It is the accepted responsibility of the railway network. Here, the council is effectively giving council taxpayers' money away to the train network, who will own the assets, not the council. Councillor Green has previously defended this by comparing this as the same as subsidising bus fares, but the issues are completely different. Thirdly, the purported other benefits include improvements to the station, but these are not guaranteed, as the lifts take priority in terms of the expenditure, so the other suggested improvements may never even materialise. And after what we heard today about the escalating costs of building, you can understand why that risk is a real one. These other improvements are supposedly to promote the local economy by increasing footfall. But my view is that even if these improvements materialise, this will make not an iota of difference to the local economy, and has been offered as window dressing in an attempt to make the proposal sound more acceptable to taxpayers. Fourthly, the council proposed to use a futures fund to pay for this project. But what is this fund? What it is not is money in the bank. It's a credit card used by the council, but with the monthly bill being paid for by council taxpayers. But worse than this, the credit card has been obtained on the basis of savings that may or may not be made in the future. And by agreeing to this project, you will be committing residents to repayments for the next 50 years. Lastly, it is not just me that objects to this expenditure. The Cross-Party Overview and Scrutiny Board also recommended to Cabinet not to proceed with this project. I suspect that many members here tonight will agree with the ONS Board and myself that it is the rail network that should step up to their obligations to fully fund this project without leaning on BCP Council taxpayers. And I urge those members to have the courage of their convictions to vote against this recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Perfectly timed. My VC confirms. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a long saga. I support wholeheartedly the principle of fixing these lifts, and I applaud the community group and the efforts of Councillor Jones and Councillor Farquhar and others in pushing this forward. As the previous speaker has said, I have real concerns about the method by which we're paying for this. I worked to help push it forwards when I held the brief, despite the South West franchise commitments, which were made only in 2017, that they were supposed to implement it by 2019. They had not even properly investigated the problem, the work involved by them, and the significant failure to adequately cost the proposal. They didn't commit 1.6 million, they committed to do the lifts by 2019. This is a failure of Conservative government policy on privatised utilities, companies getting away with making commitments that win the deal and then they do not fulfil them. It is a failure, I'm afraid, of our local MPs in pressurising DfT to either enforce the franchise to meet the commitment or to find central funds. Billions can be found for road building programmes or for HS2, but not, it seems, for equality of access for people needing it. Our local taxpayers are being asked to fix it with a big loan, as Councillor Bartlett has just mentioned. It's a success mostly for First Group, FTSE 250 company, and for MTR Corporation, a Hong Kong-based company, who are the parents of South West Railway, to reduce their commitments they made in 2017. Is it a success of this council? Well, for me, there's far too much uncertainty still in the papers, particularly in Appendix A, for us to celebrate just yet. There is the precedent, as Ben in his statement made. This is one of 8 stations, and particularly Branksome also has a song, a rapping song, about Branksome Station, and it also has no step-free access to either platform. But Hamworthy and Parkston also have no access to the down platform for people without using steps. On delivery, paragraph 20 talks about the loan and the cost pressure on the future council papers for the next 50 years. Paragraphs 39 and 42 highlight that we will have no control over the progress, so the only control we have is how and when the taxpayers' funds will flow. Given their slow start and South West Railway's reluctance to use Network Rail expertise, I'm really concerned about delivery and overruns. Paragraph 30 highlights the agreement the agreement on risk apportionment is not yet even set. On enhancements to the building, the business case is uncertain whether a community room commercial shop will be built and who will benefit from that. But the changes seem to be far from guaranteed based on the contingency. We should require that it be a community room. I hope those delegated will take every step to maximise the public benefit and to safeguard our investment of our taxpayers' future monies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Kelly, I understand you've indicated, wherever you are in the room.
I'm here, Chairman.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, I moved.
Yes. Your chance to shine.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague, Andrew Jones, for his determination over so many years to come to where we are today and hopefully to be able to achieve this for Folkestone Station. Folkestone Station has long been a very useful and convenient facility for the local community and for the many visitors to Folkestone, Boscombe, and of course those who visit Kings Park for various sporting events, I gather. However, it has over many years become less attractive even to those who can manage the daunting concrete steps due to the deterioration of the whole station. The new mural, which has replaced the old one, is beginning to fade, and the whole station is dark, dirty, inaccessible, and very unappealing. This situation is not acceptable. We are encouraging people to use public transport, but if a station is left to rot, who will want to use it? No one, I venture to suggest. The injection of this funding to enable the lifts to be replaced and to modernise the whole station, bringing it to the standard that will enable all our residents to use it fully, is to be welcomed with open arms. When this work has taken place, we will not see mums with pushchairs, visitors with suitcases, students with bikes, and disabled people of all ages struggling with the steep staircase, being unable to purchase a ticket, or just feeling unsafe in the current environment. What we will see is users of the station with a much enhanced feeling of well-being. It comes at the same time as we're starting to see improvements from the Townsdale Fund developments, which will bring new families and businesses to Boscombe and Folkestone. Those newcomers also will be able to use their local railway station, coupled with the frequent and adjacent bus service with complete confidence, which will help to reduce the number of car journeys and parking requirement. The increased use of Folkestone and Boscombe Station will reinvigorate the shopping area between the station and Boscombe Precinct. The community and visitors will have a reason to walk along Christchurch Road, investigating and discovering all the fabulous artisan independent traders to be found there. In conclusion, Chairman, I am so pleased that this paper has come to full council for approval, which I wholeheartedly recommend. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Broadhead, I think you indicated you wish to speak.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Kelly has just summed up a lot of what I wanted to say around exactly what this investment will unlock. We heard from Councillor Green earlier on that the quantum of people that use this station, and it's really quite unbelievable, 1/3 of a million people. So in and of itself, just dealing and providing an accessible station for that number of people is clearly the right thing to do. But as Councillor Kelly has just pointed out, this is much deeper than just accessibility, because Folkestone Station is more than just a station. It's a gateway to Boscombe. And Boscombe, at the moment, through our £23 million Towns Fund investment from the government, is undergoing a renaissance. We've got huge plans, plans that the community have been pushing for years, and this is part of that jigsaw puzzle of improvements that we are seeing at Boscombe in general. And I think the other positive point about the investment is, as we've heard, this is not just about lifts. This is a whole facelift for that, which is a gateway to Boscombe. It is quite simply regeneration in action. I understand Councillor Bartlett's points, and who can disagree with the sentiment that others should step up? Well, we've tried that a number of times, and indeed, through the plan that we've come up with, they are stepping up. We are not burdening the cost onto council taxpayers alone. We are finally enabling to see that commitment that has come in the past come to fruition. And I think we need to be really clear. If we didn't contribute, then they just simply wouldn't happen. We wouldn't be able to deliver these improvements. We wouldn't be able to deliver this accessibility. So the question is, do we actually want them or not? Now, Mr. Chairman, I remember being chairman of the Over in Scrutiny board a few years ago, where we called the rail companies in to hold them to account. And Mr. Chairman, we did not give them a rough ride at all. In fact, I think I remember using the phrase that we'd heard lots of words from them, that the one word that the words that we didn't hear was, "I'm sorry." And so we had a choice when we came into administration. Should we complain some more and it just simply not happen, or should we do something about it? And Mr. Chairman, we chose to do something about it. Through this plan, we're delivering a solution. Councillor Hadley talked around the perhaps unfairness around why aren't we doing this to other stations as well. And I don't disagree with that sentiment. And indeed, if we can come up with costed and indeed match-funded solutions like we have here at Folkestone, then I'm absolutely committed to standing in front of that, and will absolutely consider that at other stations if we can get that match-funding solution. Final point for me, Mr. Chairman. There's been some criticism of the Futures Fund, but we call the Futures Fund that for a reason. It's there to invest in our future, and this investment is investing in our future. It's investing in the future regeneration of Boscombe, the future accessibility for those where it simply doesn't exist at present, and I think it's a future signal that when this administration finds a problem, we'll fix it.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any other members? Councillor Rigby.
Thank you. This paper really tears me off. I really want to see this happen. I really want to see the lifts get put in place at Folkestone. It was a friend of mine who had a really nasty accident and ended up spending a good few weeks in hospital because there was a fall on the stairs. So I know how big the issue is here. The problem I've got is I just don't see why BCP residents should be bailing out private companies from getting out of their contractual obligations, which they have. I do hear the arguments, and I hear that this isn't going to happen without it. But what kind of signal does it send to other people who have contracts that we're always going to be there to pick up the slack because we need things to happen? We can't do it. First Group own South Western Railway. They've still been paying out dividends to their shareholders, and our residents are going to be picking up the bills for the contracts, which they are not doing when they're obliged. And who's going to be the next one? And we're just going to say, oh, well, we need to do the development in this area. This needs to happen, which we all want to see. But we're just going to let people skip out on their obligations because we want to see it happen, our residents want to see it happen, but we shouldn't be fitting the bill when people are tied into these contracts. So I'm not going to be able to support it. I am going to abstain on this, but I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'd just like to bring the Council's attention back to the public statement made by Ben Smith. Ben Smith is the lead for the Folkestone Station Action Group. He's appealed to the Council to vote for this paper. I spoke to him earlier today, actually, because he was somewhat concerned that the nature of the Constitution only allows a statement by a member of the public to be of 100 words or less. I echo my fellow ward councillor, Councillor Jones, thanks for the many, many parties over the last decade that have campaigned for accessibility at Folkestone Station in the ward that we represent together. The concern that Ben raised there was that because of the word limit, he couldn't acknowledge the, as Councillor Jones says, the unfailing efforts to campaign on behalf of the visitors and the residents that use the station. And this station is one whereby it is simply not accessible. By making it accessible, we will increase the number of people that will have the opportunity to use public transport. But I understand that there's not a way to actually publicly acknowledge these groups, but I would just like to name them, as Councillor Jones, my colleague, has done. The Folkestone Community Forum, a phenomenal forum who act for the community in so many, many ways, and they have campaigned tirelessly for this. Access Dorset, for those that have accessibility needs and their rights. And I would like the Folkestone Station Action Group to be acknowledged as well. As I say, it doesn't seem that we have a mechanism that we can formally recognise the community's efforts to actually campaign for what's right and what's needed in their particular communities. But I would wholeheartedly support other communities that have stations with accessibility needs to use this as an example to actually keep the faith and continue campaigning for what's right for their stations and their amenities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief. There's been a lot of talk about value for money for the taxpayer. I'll just remind everybody here tonight that 25% of the population suffers some form of disability. Added to that, you have elderly people, you have people trying to negotiate that station with pushchairs. There are all sorts of issues that affect a lot of people. All those people pay their taxes too. They're all paying council tax and they're entitled and they deserve to receive the same value for money as able-bodied people. I'm not going to get into the arguments of how we got here, but there is no other solution, and that is the council doing the right thing. And we like to think we all do the right thing, but every now and then there is something that comes along where you really, really, really have to do the right thing. And I believe this is one of those times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Brown, I understand. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to correct some of the sort of use of statistics really in the meeting. We've heard a couple of times about 1/3 people using the station and this incredible number of people using it. Well, that's not right. That's a wrong use of statistics. If you read paragraph 2, there are typically 350,000 entries and exits to the station per annum. Now, a daily commuter from Folkestone Station would do about 400 of those. So 350,000 entries and exits, the equivalent of 1,000 daily commuters using Folkestone Station. It's not the equivalent of 1/3 people using the station. I think we need to be careful how we use these numbers. That people will be using it multiple times. There are probably several thousand people in the Folkestone area using it. There are not 1/3 people using that station on an annual basis. And that feeds into the sort of value for money concerns. I support the scheme I think this is the sort of thing that needs to be done, but I'm just really concerned about the value for money for BCP Council taxpayers. When you look at this over 53 years, the estimates are between 4.1 million and 5.1 million that BCP Council taxpayers will have to be paying back to fund this scheme. And for me, you know, we don't own the assets, and we don't really have control of what's being done with the money. We're just being seen as, you know, a bank to give them loads of money. And that just really concerns me with the value for money question of the whole scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Miller, I think you indicated.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, quite a few things I'd like to speak to. First thing I'll speak to will be the Future Fund, the Futures Fund itself. We've heard tonight that it's not money in the bank. Well, it absolutely is money in the bank. You know, it's the BCP dividend this Conservative administration has been talking about, you know, consistently. So we are planning to save, you know, over £43 million a year in our transformation programme, a cross-party agreement on that programme. We have already saved well over and above the amount that will go into the Futures Fund. What the Futures Fund is using under £2 million of that £43 million BCP dividend to then invest that into a £50 million fund, which we can then invest in our area. So that saves, you know, so the cost of a Futures Fund has already been saved, and we are investing it. So it is money in the bank. Then we talk about, well, actually, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to bring in you know, to make this happen. You know, for over 10 years, people have been talking about this. But why are we here now? Because of Tobias Aylward was able to negotiate at a ministerial level to bring in Network Rail a significant contribution. And then we've gone in above that with our Futures Fund contribution that's made it happen. So Tobias Aylward, 10 years of hard work and campaigning, Andy Jones and this Conservative administration is what's actually delivering this. What do we want as a council? You know, do we want action or do we want inaction? We have a real choice here. It's very easy to sit there and say, we shouldn't have to pay this, we shouldn't have to do it. If we didn't do it, we would not be bringing in the money, you know, over £3 million of money into our area. We talk about, you know, this is a tax bill for our residents. Our residents will be using this station, and our residents will have a new accessible station in a regenerated Boscombe. We're ambitious for Boscombe, and we're ambitious for BCP, and we're going to be proud of being so. You know, I just sum up really in terms of, I guess, where we're going philosophically with what we're trying to do here. You know, look at where Boscombe is now, and look at where Boscombe is going to be in 10 years' time. Look at where BCP is now, and look at where BCP is going to be in 10 years' time. Because we've gone first. We've been brave enough to go first. We've been bold enough to go first, and bluntly, we've been bright enough to go first. So, you know, I am absolutely, you know, fully supportive of this, and I commend the community group's work. I commend Andy Jones' work, and I commend Tobias Aylward's work as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Anybody else would like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Howell and then Councillor Cox. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I just find it amazing that the leader can just sit there and say that this is money in the bank when it's patently untrue, and I'm sure the financial officer would confirm that the money is not in the bank. The money needs to be borrowed from the government, and it will then spend a fraction of a time in our bank account, if any time at all, before it whizzes off in the direction of Network Rail. It's, you know, this is money that we have to agree as a council to borrow, and we have to pay interest on, as Councillor Bartlett said, for 50 years. You know, and that, therefore, you know, it can be perceived as an investment, you know, but we have to look at the quality of the investment and the return on that investment to see if it is worthwhile. In terms of disabled, obviously, you know, we do need lifts in that location, but disabled people also need to get off at other stations, and in the absence of a coordinated plan to address the other stations, which Councillor Hadley pointed out also deficient, you know, this is hardly much of a plan. And talking about MPs, again, the same point. What are the other MPs, you know, Conservative MPs, who presumably have also the ability to influence? So what have they been doing in terms of getting access at Branksome and Hamworthy and the other stations? You know, there's a clear lack of strategic thinking here and that's what we need. We need an upgrade across the whole of the local network so we can deliver a genuine metro-style service in the future that is accessible to everybody along our local network. You know, and there's no evidence here of any thinking on the part of this administration that, you know, to deliver that. So, you know, it's just pandering. You know, it's little more than an election ploy in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It'll come as very little surprise that I agree with every word that Councillor Bartlett was said about this particular issue. The financials just do not work at all. First, what I would like to know is who's going to guarantee that these lifts will be maintained in the future. Having to maintain a lift myself, I can assure you the maintenance of lifts are very expensive, particularly ones that are outside. And is there any guarantee that the rail company will carry on maintaining them? Because otherwise they'll be redundant a lot quicker than 50 years, I can assure you, probably less than 20. What we're doing here is spending other people's money on a scheme that we are not responsible for. Now, I completely accept that, you know, that having lifts for disabled people is a fantastic idea, and I would like to see it on every station where it's applicable. And if everybody in this room would like that as well. But this has got nothing to do with regeneration. And as Councillor Howell said, it's probably got more to do with politics than regeneration. Folkestone is not unique. There's a lot of places that deserve this as well. And if you want to do Folkestone, do the rest, and then find the funding. And as for Councillor Mellor's intervention, I mean, he just shows his financial illiteracy, I'm afraid, because actually this is not money in the bank at all. It's not money in the bank, and to say so is just completely and utterly wrong. The last scheme that they funded from this particular fund was massively loss-making. So it's not producing savings at all. It's loss-making. It's being used, in my opinion, certainly for the wrong reasons, and on our future generations will be paying for it, not this generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Mellor, I would assume you wish to respond.
Yes, thank you. And both to the points have just been made by Councillor Michael Cox and Councillor Howell. Two things, and I'll just let you start. I mean, the point by Councillor Cox. You just said the Futures Fund isn't to make savings. It's not making savings. The Futures Fund's absolutely nothing to do with savings. If somebody that's financially literate in this room, that's you. Ultimately, what the Futures Fund is doing is money in the bank, absolutely categorically, because we've already produced more of a BCP dividend, a saving in transformation, than the cost of the Futures Fund. The Futures Fund is under £2 million of investment, which would provide us £50 million of fund, £2 million over 50 years. So under that. So what we are now doing is investing that money. That money is in the bank. We have banked those savings. So the thing we are investing, we have in the bank. So, and that's my point and clarification to both of the speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Dove, I think you indicated, please.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm quite frankly shocked and appalled to hear how we are valuing the quality of people's lives, the fact that we are considering it to be pandering. Whilst I've been sat here this evening, I've received an email from one of our residents, a young male in his 30s who is an elite wheelchair racer, a young man who wishes to go out and experience all the other things that other young people are able to experience. And when you make this decision tonight as to whether or not you're going to support this scheme, please bear in mind his
There's a microphone just coming.
Thank you. So when we make our decision tonight, please bear in mind his words and the impact that our decisions have on our residents and their families, on their ability to willingly enjoy our town, our football matches, our parks, our beaches. When we're looking at and talking about value for money and quality of the investment, how about the value of their lives? How about the quality of their lives? So if I may, Chair, can I read out this email, please?
If it's fairly succinct, please.
It's really to the point. I'm frustrated and disappointed to hear that the project to reopen lifts at Folkestone Station could be delayed or cancelled as the argument of money and funding continues on whether or not this is or is not value for money. This will continue to mean that for disabled people, the local railway station remains entirely inaccessible, and essentially, we are not seen to be important to those who are making decisions tonight. It is entirely inconceivable that those in power would accept a train station being inaccessible to the general mainstream population for such a length of time, and yet this is what disabled people in Southbourne and Folkestone are being told. What makes this situation worse is that statistically, we rely upon these lifts and access to the station, as we are more reliant on public transport and less likely to drive, which means getting to other stations is challenging, if not impossible. The inaccessibility of local stations has a real consequence for disabled people. There are events and journeys that I've had to decide against going to because I would have had no way of getting to or from a further away station like Bournemouth late at night. This is not just social events, but training and development opportunities for work too, that I've simply had to turn down because of the difficulty of getting there. So I sincerely hope that those making decisions tonight about the lifts at Folkestone stations, that those decision makers will think about their own situation and whether or not it would be acceptable if they could not access their local station and the same opportunities that they may miss as a result. Disabled people are no less important, so why should we, here in Folkestone, Southbourne and Littledown, continue to remain inaccessible to them?
Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dubb, for bringing us back to the most important thing, which is how the people in our communities actually feel about this. I absolutely support accessibility and making public transport more available for a wider range of people, particularly in the face of a climate emergency. But I do also understand that this does not feel like it should be coming from this fund. I wholeheartedly disagree with Councillor Mellor's view about how the Futures Fund operates, but that's for another day. So my proposal is for an amendment which I will send to the officers now, which is to add item E to the, oh no, please don't tell me my battery's just run out. Councillor Hadley, could I just borrow your laptop so I could read the amendment? Oh, thank you. The amendment being part E reads, agreement from BCP Council should be contingent on 1, clarity on the risk apportionment and limitation on contribution from BCP Council, 2, that our borrowed funds are handed over on delivery of functional lifts, 3, consideration be given to the available space adjacent to the booking hall being used as a community room facility as an alternative to a commercial facility. The purpose of the amendment is to try to overcome the concerns about the risks to the council and the use of council taxpayers' money, and to ensure that we protect the council taxpayer without preventing the ability for this to go through. And if I can ask one of my colleagues to forward that on, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you. Councillor Cox, you feel you want a second? Councillor Cox, a second.
Yes,
thank you. So the amendment will come through to Democratic Services almost immediately.
Councillor Predover is just forwarding it through. Sorry.
So,
would you mind forwarding it to Mr. Jones and precise for me. My battery has just died.
So that the amendment is received and accepted, yeah? Thank you. That then allows us to debate the amendment. Any members like to make a contribution in respect of the amendment? Councillor Mike Green. Councillor Cox has seconded it. Thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, of course I can see the reasons behind this amendment. Unfortunately, and I'm slightly disappointed that those that were involved in the discussions, or at least should have been involved in the discussions, between May 2019 and October 2020, failed to understand the position that we are in. There was a commitment to install those lifts made by SWR. The reason that it is unique is that it was made during the franchise agreement. When the National Rail contract was put in place, because of SWR and the other rail operators effectively becoming bankrupt and being taken over by the DfT, those obligations ceased. We have been able to clutch from the abyss an opportunity through SWR, through National Rail, and through the Department for Transport for that commitment of £1.6 million still to come forward. There is every likelihood that, in fact, I would say it is practically a certainty that if we were to try to put on further conditions, which we would not be able to support in any case, then this will not happen. And I think that's what it comes down to now, a reality. Let's not try to be clever with the numbers. Let's not try to be clever with our partners in this. It is not going to work. They do not have the obligation anymore to put in £1.6 million or to provide the lifts. That's SWR. Network Rail do not have the obligation to put in 1.5 million for the other enhancements of the station, which incidentally are outside the lifts. Either this will happen or this won't. What is being proposed by this amendment will ensure that the answer is that won't, and all those hopes and aspirations that have taken place over so many years will be dashed. Stop being... We need to just face reality on this, and if we want it to happen, we support this motion as it goes through unamended. I'll speak again on the motion when we come to sum up on that, but I would like to resoundingly please ask you to reject that amendment, that wrecking amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Hadley, I understand.
Thank you, Chair. It's certainly not a wrecking amendment. I think that when you read the business case, Appendix A, and Councillor Green, in his introduction to the topic, did say that there's an optimistic view that if the money's underspent, then the Network Rail contribution will deliver the improvements to the reception area, to the booking office and the premises at street level. But if there's overspend, there is in that document it says there is no clarity about the apportionment and limitation of the contribution from BCP. So the issue is if we get into a point where South West Railways walk away or they cease to have the franchise, and we've put money to South West Railways and we haven't got the lifts in place, we'll be in a worse place than we are now, because we'll have spent the money, borrowed money, against our children's futures, and we won't have lifts. So this is an attempt to say we really should be, as the lender of last resort, and that was again in the business case, South West Railways accepted that the BCP contribution was the last resort contribution, that we should be holding them to that and saying, yeah, deliver the lifts and we will certainly give you the money. You can guarantee that we will give you the money. That's not wrecking, that's being prudent with public funds to say, make sure that you deliver it and we will fund it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Anybody else like to speak to the amendment? No indications? Oh, Councillor Farquhar.
If it helps, Chair, there was 3 component parts to the amendment, which was to make sure that the risk was appropriate with the funds being handed over upon completion. To Councillor Hadley's point, as a lender of no resort, that might well be acceptable to the partners because we are the lender of last resort, as laid out in the business case. The one which caught my eye was to be and why there is a concern and where there might well be a need for this, and perhaps the portfolio holder can confirm, because the portfolio holder in his reply to the amendment said that SWR has effectively become bankrupt. I'd like to explore that a little bit more for why we would want to reject this particular amendment to secure public funds so that, to use the portfolio holder's own words, one of our partners is effectively bankrupt. So perhaps we could expand on that. But the community facility, I think that is an excellent suggestion rather than a retail unit, because as the Deputy Leader replied to me in Cabinet, we don't own the asset. We don't own the station. We won't own the retail. But what we can do as a community and as a council, we can actually own the community space within that station. So I would certainly like to support the amendment for that reason alone. But that's all I've got to say on that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Anybody wish to contribute discussing the proposed amendment? And then, yes.
Chair, I don't believe that the amendment is articulated in a way that members can vote on it at the moment. I wonder if you would allow a short pause for us in Democratic Services here just to re-articulate that amendment so that it fits in with the current recommendations so that members have something clear to vote on.
Absolutely, yes, please. Thank you. We'll have a quick adjournment. The live stream's been halted at this point.
Chairman, so this wording has been circulated to all councillors, but it is it would insert the word, so it would recommend the recommendation would read: it is recommended that, subject to the following: 1, a clear statement of the apportionment of risk and a limitation on the contribution from BCP Council, and that any funds borrowed in order to fund this proposal are only released on delivery of functional lifts, and 3, that consideration is given to the available space adjacent to the booking hall being used as a community room facility rather than a commercial facility. Then Council A approves, and so it goes on with the recommendation.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Right, so we'd open the debate on the amendment in that wording. Can we have indication from a member who'd like to? Councillor Bartlett has a hand up here.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Whilst I really sympathise and understand with the spirit and the intent of the amendment, I have a general concern about making recommendations effectively at very short notice on very complex issues. And the law of unintended consequences often prevails when we do this. And so I would err on caution here because, you know, to understand what's involved with this, we're talking about liabilities, insurance issues, a whole range of issues about public spaces contained within what would be a company-owned asset. So, yeah, I just have reservations about the complexity of this and being able to make a decision which is fraught with dangers unless it's looked at properly and in slower time. But at the same time, I do appreciate the intent of the amendment. But because of the reservations I have, I will abstain from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Mike Green, did you indicate, Councillor Green?
Chairman, I think I've already spoken on the amendment, so I'm not sure that I'm able to do so at this point.
You can't speak again on the amendment, I'm afraid. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Briefly, I do agree with the points that Councillor Bartlett has made around the unintended consequences of particularly when you're talking about big funds like this, of actually what it could mean on the ground. And we've heard quite clearly from the Cabinet member that the effective result of supporting this amendment, albeit, I'm sure, completely well-intentioned, are that it is almost certainly, as I think he said, likely to result in the lifts not being delivered, hence his using the term a wrecking amendment. And therefore, I will be requesting a recorded vote when we do come to vote on the wrecking amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any other contributions, please? None. So I think I can ask Councillor Slade to sum up, please.
Thank you. It is a very brief summing up. For the record, this is not, was not, and is not intended to be a wrecking amendment. And if I see a leaflet that states that we tried to wreck this, believe you me, I will take it further. This is a well-intentioned means of attempting to reassure people who are concerned about the use of public money, and that is entirely what it is about.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Right, we're going to move to the vote on the amendment.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
And it will be a recorded vote, please.
Do we not have to have a vote on a recorded vote? You have to have a quarter of...
Chairman, I believe a quarter of those here needs to show that we are in favour of a recorded vote, and I will do so.
This is a recorded vote. So that's agreed core 8 for the recording of the vote on the amendment. We'll move to the vote now. Those in favour, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Those in favour will be asked to vote in alphabetical order.
So, Chairman, so this is a recorded vote on the amendment. So I will I'll read out the councillor's name. If you could indicate whether you are for the amendment or against the amendment or wish to abstain on the amendment, please. Starting Councillor Lewis Allison.
Abstain.
Sorry, was it abstain? Thank you. Councillor Mark Anderson. Against. Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor John Beasley. Yeah. Councillor Derek Borthwick. Yeah. Councillor Philip Broadhead. Yeah. Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown. Councillor Simon Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Abstain.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop. Councillor Mike Cox. Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Norman Decent. Sorry, not here. Sorry. Apologies. Councillor Leslie Dedman. She's not here either. No. Okay, Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove. Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earle.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer. Councillor Sean Gabriel. Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard. Councillor Mark Howell. Councillor Mohan Iyengar. Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly. Councillor David Kelsey. Councillor Bob Lawton. Councillor Marion Le Pedevin.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews. Councillor Simon McCormack. Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Chris Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams. Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill. And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just check those with colleagues. Thank you, Chairman. The result was 16 in favour, 39 against and 10 abstained, so the amendment was lost.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Before I call on the proposer to sum up, is there any more contributions to the recommendation, please? Councillor Green, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, if I could thank or ask Councillor Andy Jones and Councillor George Farquhar to convey my thanks along with theirs for all those that have been involved in this. I'd also like to thank Councillor Kelly and Councillor Broadhead for talking about the regeneration benefits that come from this. Turning to the points that people have made against the recommendations, the first seemed to be around value for money, and I'd point out in the report that this has a BCR of well in excess of 2, and that's taking all £5.7 million into account. If you look at the council's own contribution, we're looking at a very, very high return on and good value for money. it seems to suggest that we're the only people involved in this sort of arrangement. Well, in fact, as far as I know, all the access for all work that has gone on, as far as lifts, etc., are concerned, around England in 2019 and will go on till 2024, all have local contributions, as far as I can see. And that includes, just in SWR alone, Motspur Park, Isleworth, Stoneleigh. These are not only us that are doing this. We shouldn't have to pay for it. Absolutely agree. And that's what we argued all the way through. But that opportunity is no longer there, and the DFT do not have to honour this. And as far as we are, Councillor Rigby particularly, subsidising a private company, I think I've made it really clear in my answer to Councillor Spade's question earlier. This is not about providing a subsidy to a private transport operator. That paper is going to come later this evening when we discuss how we're going to provide yellow buses and go South Coast with funds to survive the pandemic. It's not about providing accessible facilities at transport clubs all around BCP. I really wish that we could, and we will make sure that if those opportunities come forward, then we're going to look to jump on them. But this is a unique situation where substantial funds have been committed by our partners, the publicly owned Network Rail, and through the DFT, the privately owned South Western Railway, because of the franchise, to collectively deliver not only the long campaign for lifts, to allow those with limited mobility to access the platforms, but a whole host of accessibility, safety and environmental programmes and improvements which all those passengers that use it are going to be able to benefit from. And Mr Chairman, it is now up to each of us as members to decide whether we support these improvements to Boscombe and Folkestone by voting in favour, or whether we don't and wish to try to score a political point in our own wards by defying Boscombe and Folkestone this unique opportunity. And let me say, Mr Chairman, that I hope that nobody is going to show the lack of understanding or the lack of motivation or the sheer cowardice by choosing to abstain on this critical decision. And so in closing that, Mr Chairman, I would also like to ask for a recorded vote on the main motion.
Thank you, Councillor Green. There will be a recorded vote. For a recorded vote? Okay. Oh, beg your pardon, sorry. Thank you, that's correct. So it will be a recorded vote. Yeah, Chief Executive, if you could conduct the recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a vote on the substantive motion before the Council. If you are in favour, please vote for. If you're against, then against or abstain. I'll read each councillor's name in turn. For Councillor Lewis Allison. For. Councillor Mark Anderson.
For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Judy Bagwell.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Abstain. Coward.
Sorry, could I confirm there was abstain? Yes.
Confirm. Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor John Beasley. Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead. Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler. Councillor.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop. Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove. Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Millie Earle.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer. Councillor Sean Gabriel. Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes. Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard. Councillor Mark Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar. Councillor Toby Johnson.
4.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly. Councillor David Kelsey. Councillor Bob Lawton. Councillor Marion Lepedovin.
Abstain.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
4.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
4.
Councillor Simon McCormack. Councillor Drew Mellor. Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Lisa Northover.
4.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
4.
Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Chris Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
4.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
4.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
4.
Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams. Councillor Kieran Wilson.
4.
Councillor Tony O'Neill. And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
4.
Thank you. Just check with colleagues. Thank you, Chairman. There were 56 votes in favour, 1 against and 8 abstentions, so that vote was carried.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and thank you, members. Brings us on to item 7D, Audit and Governance Committee, 2nd December 2021, minute number 59, process for the appointment of external auditors 2023-24 to 2027-28. Councillor Beasley, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Williams to second the move. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm moving the recommendations of the Audit and Governance Committee to pursue the process of the appointment of external auditors for the 5 years from 2023 to 24. And in doing so, I am conscious that the meeting probably doesn't need a big explanation from me at this late hour, but just to make the point that there is a collective procurement process that is set up and in place, which is adopted by most local authorities, most particularly unitary authorities, and that the costs of doing it in any other way and the integrated result of that, I think, are such that it would be clear as to why so many authorities follow that route, as indeed has this council and its predecessor councils. I hope, therefore, that council will support the recommendation to use the national appointment arrangements. And I'd ask members to note that this proposal has the complete support of the council's chief internal auditor, together with the Chief Executive, the Chief Financial Officer and the Monitoring Officer. And it's also the LGA's view that the national framework remains the best option for councils, and in taking that route, the best value for councils as a result. I know that external auditors have not had a good press recently, including our current external auditors, and those issues have been dealt with face-to-face by the Audit and Governance Committee. I'm not really thinking that there is very much of that piece of our work that should interfere with this decision tonight, and I would hope that Council will support us. I therefore move the recommendation, and I believe the Vice Chairman is going to second. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Williams, would you like to second the move?
Yes, I'm very happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Can I open that up to any contributions, debate, observations from members? Councillor Butler.
Yeah, can I just ask for clarification? If we're actually deciding on something that's going to be from 2023 to 2028, some of the councillors here might not be here in 2023. Is that a fair thing to do? And would it be timely for it to be decided in 2023? Thank you.
Councillor Beasley, would you like to answer that, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll attempt to answer the question. It's essential that we do this evening on the basis that we need to proceed with this process, and we have to give due notice in order to do so. And if we don't do so, effectively, we will not have the opportunity that's presenting itself to us tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Any further questions? Can we move to a vote, please? Can we do it by consensus? Is anybody against? Okay. Yeah, we happy just to vote by consensus, not a recorded vote or anything? Agreed. Okay, thank you. Those in favour, please. And just in case that wasn't, thank you, just in case that wasn't everybody, anybody against? And any abstentions? No, thank you. That's carried. 7E, Cabinet 15th of December 2021, minute number 97, Quarter 2 Budget Monitoring 2021-2022. Councillor Mellor, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Mellor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'll be brief. It's gone to overview and scrutiny Cabinet. I'll just repeat the positive story there. Worth talking through briefly. Sort of very challenging year. You know, we've had significant service pressure, and particularly in our children's service, and it involves a £10 million overspend. What we have done though, and what this report talks about, is materially closing that gap. And going further past that. So we're now projecting in this report a £4 million surplus. I need to say thank you to significant work from colleagues across both my Cabinet colleagues and also our corporate officers. So yeah, it's a positive performance. It's all there. We've had it overview and scrutiny, and I'm more than happy to move that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Broadhead, I understand you wish to second.
Delighted to second. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any debate from members? Any observations, please? None? Okay. Shall we move to the vote, please, by consensus again? Agreed? Great, okay. You may wish to sum up observations.
Why have we not to, Chair? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if we can go to the vote, please indicate those in favour. Any against or abstain, please? No? No, thank you. Brings us to item 7F, Cabinet 15th December 2021, minute 104, concessionary fares bus operator reimbursement. Councillor Mike Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Mellor to second the move. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you, Chairman. The English National Concessionary Travel Scheme is effectively the way that local councils pay private operators to compensate them for carrying passengers with bus passes for free. This is based on the numbers travelling, and in a normal year, BCP Council would pay around £8 million. However, during the pandemic, passenger numbers have dropped dramatically, at one stage down to around 15% of their pre-COVID levels, and while this climbed again to around 65% before Omicron entered the stage, bus patronage is now down substantially again. Legally, this should mean that the amount we as a council are obliged to pay the bus operators reduces accordingly. However, the government has kept them afloat through grants and has expected local travel concession authorities like us to play our part in maintaining our payments at pre-COVID levels. So far as I know, all authorities in the countries have done so, and the request is to continue this approach until 5th of April this year. The stark reality is that without the council effectively subsidising the private bus operators in this way, it's highly likely that one or both will fail. If in an attempt to stave that off, substantial route reductions are introduced, then page 409 of the bundle contains a diagram of how that would lead to what I've referred to in the past as a cycle of despair, where fewer routes lead to fewer passengers, that leads to less chance of viability, and that in turn leads to further route reductions. The council, of course, wants to do what is within its powers to prevent this and to help the bus operators continue to provide the service we need for our residents. With a small reduction in timetabling that has taken place, there's a corresponding reduction of about 350,000 in the amount that we're due to pay, and the recommendation I'm moving today reflects that. The second part of the Cabinet paper included in the meetings bundle is around what will happen after April the 5th and describes the tapering method that government's proposing, or was at least before Omicron came along, in order to wean the bus operators off the subsidies. However, that's for budgeting purposes only. A recommendation B only needed Cabinet approval without the need to bring it to Council, and it's not part of the recommendations today. Mr. Chairman, I had other things to say, but given the lateness of the hour and the fact that we discussed this as open in scrutiny and it received unanimous support there, I'm hoping that if there is no real debate on it, then I'll just leave it there proposed.
Indeed, thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Miller, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, please, Chair. I second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Anybody like to make some observations, questions? Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just a brief comment. It doesn't seem like we've got much choice here because it is nationally set. I think it's an enormous shame that the opportunity hasn't been made to make the bus fares cheaper for the travelling public to encourage them to return to using public transport rather than just paying the bus companies to run empty buses. But that doesn't affect the concessionary fares piece, which is the forward-going piece. So I understand that. I guess the other bit is that the linear approach, and again, if it's nationally set, we've got to go with it. But clearly, you know, with our summertime patronage, then one would hope that the numbers would recover more quickly, and therefore our commitment would be reduced in a non-linear fashion. But I understand, you know, the constraints we're working with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Anybody else like to contribute? Mike Green, please.
Chairman, if I can just, I think I need to make a point of explanation on that one. It is not a legal requirement for us to do so. We do have the choice, and what I'm proposing is the choice that we do continue to pay, as other local travel concessionary authorities have done, and that we do that at pre-COVID levels. But it is absolutely our choice whether we do so or not, and I hope I've made that clear.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Green. Anybody else like to contribute? No. So if I could ask Councillor Green to sum up.
If you're happy, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy not to.
We're all happy. Can we move to the vote, please, by consensus? For those in favour, please. Just put your hands down, thank you. And just in case there is anybody against or abstaining. It was everybody, thank you. Takes us to item 7G, Cabinet 15th December 2021, minute 105, housing scheme at Herbert Avenue, Poole. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Rampton to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really delighted to bring this paper forward. Colleagues will recall that on the 29th of September, we brought to the Cabinet our Council New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy, a really bold document that talks around all our ambitions for providing thousands of council homes across the area. What we've tried to do within that document is have a much more programmed approach to how our council housing delivery is going to happen, to avoid having to bring every site to Cabinet and full Council on a piecemeal basis. Unfortunately, because we were going through a procurement exercise for a new construction tender for this one. We weren't able to incorporate that into the programmed approach. So this, I hope, will be the last individual site that we bring out in this nature. We had to go back to construction tender for this particular site because the original 2019 procurement process, the agreed contractor withdrew at that stage. So what we're doing in this paper is approving the new process and the outcome of that. There is an increase in some costs because we've seen a 25% increase in costs in construction costs over the last year alone, but we do now have a local contractor on board to be able to bring forward what I think is a really important scheme. 24 new temporary accommodation units for families. This is for people that find themselves without a home, and at the moment we are still it's coming down, but we are still reliant, unfortunately, in too many instances on bed and breakfast accommodation for people that find themselves homeless. This will help to fix this. It's 24 self-contained homes. There will be one bedroom, 2 3-bedroom, and 20 and 22 bedroom apartments within here, and it will reduce to a significant degree our reliance on existing bed and breakfast accommodation, which is not good for anybody. It does actually save us quite a lot of money as well, which isn't actually within this report. So I think it's a great scheme. It's a local contractor. It'll be providing homes to local people on an affordable rent basis, and I'd urge everybody to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Rampton, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very happy to second. I'd just like to mention that the homes will be built to passive house principles, and that will help keep heating bills to a minimum. For people on low incomes, that's obviously very significant. So 94 people can be housed, and I'm absolutely delighted that this accommodation is at last, due to matters outside of our control. It has been longer than we'd have liked, and I'm delighted that it's coming forward now under this administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. I've been informed by the IT and Democratic Services that Councillor Trent wishes to contribute to this.
Yeah, thank you. Last, having spoken in favour of it and tried to reassure residents what it's about, and that it's not going to be some kind of DOS house or anything like that. And so I'm glad to see it go ahead, but there's only one thing that concerned me in the report, and that was a reference to rents being no higher than local housing allowance. Local housing allowance is a lot higher than the rents that are likely to be charged on such houses if they're being run by Poor Housing Partnership or its successors, because that is the maximum amount that you pay out in housing benefit. So it's a lot closer to private rented levels, and I just wonder whether there can be a reassurance that it will be run and operated by Poor Housing Partnership or its successor, and that the rents aren't going to be any higher than that which is normally charged by the local landlord, the council landlord, except for the possibility that there might be a service charge required. But I want some assurance that it's not going to be at the sort of levels that we consider local housing allowance covering up to, which is possibly twice what's actually paid in rents. So, yeah, just something.
Mr. Stribley, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a query on the accuracy of this. Under recommendation 1B, little 1, that simply doesn't make sense. It says £2.44 million of prudential borrowing to be repaid over 50 years, used to finance the housing revenue account. Should not that to be repaid over 50 years either be in brackets or at the end of the sentence? Because quite frankly, it reads as rubbish.
Thank you for your observations. That may be covered in the proposer's summing up. Councillor Pedovan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I very much welcome this scheme and my support for it in principle. The principle of using this site for temporary accommodation hasn't wavered since I was first briefed as ward councillor back in 2014, because then it was in Branksome West. In the 7 years since then, the scheme appears to be virtually unchanged. Poole Council approved it in November 2018, already 4 years after more than 4 years after I first knew of it. At that time, the timeline until completion was a maximum of 73 weeks. So that would have meant that it was completed and ready and taking its first residence in the first half of 2020. At that meeting, I queried the slow pace and the urgent need of accommodation, and the portfolio holder, who as now was Councillor Karen Rampton, how's plus sa chance, as they say, and she seemed to agree with me. That was already 2 and a bit years ago. 3 and a bit years ago, maths. So 3 years later, and there's still no immediate prospect of the building taking place. And one question I was asked is, why has it taken a whole year since the preferred bidder withdrew to even get to this stage? So while I very much welcome that these flats are to be built to passive house standards, which is a new outcome, it wasn't in the original planning application. At that stage, it was only talked about 20% reduction in energy as a condition. I'm a bit concerned that the report talks of one-bed flat and 22 bed flats, when actually the planning permission was for 3 one-bed flats, 13 two-bed flats and 8 three-bed flats, reflecting the need for family accommodation. So whereas most of the flats being built now commercially on only 1 or 2 bed, there was going to be a substantial number of 3 bed to accommodate families. So my question would be to the portfolio holder, has that actually changed? And does that require new planning permission? Because that will delay it even further. So after all these delays and the snail's pace of delivery, I'm tempted to echo the words of an advert that I don't actually like. Just get on with it. Because we need to stop so many families having to endure living in totally unsuitable bed and breakfast accommodation and the additional cost to BCP. So let's get on with it, as I say.
Thank you, Councillor Pedovan, and thank you for using a fine European language in the course of your observations. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Trent has just pointed out quite an interesting point there. I've actually got a situation in my ward where the affordable rent level is higher than the LHA rate, so which then makes that when somebody is using the local housing allowance, they then have to take money out of their benefits from somewhere else to top up onto that affordable rent. So it does seem kind of strange that you would have 2 variables on the rent as a recommendation on a paper. Either you cap it at the affordable rent level or you cap it at the LHA rate. You wouldn't put both of them in there at the same time. And it should really be capped at the LHA rate, not the affordable rent scheme, on a scheme like this, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Anybody else wish to contribute before I ask Councillor Broadhead to sum up? Oh, Councillor Wilson, did you indicate? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the not to do the administration's job for them, but I just wanted to clarify the rent issue. That will be capped at the LHA rate if the affordable rent is higher. So it won't ever go higher than the LHA rate. Because if it's lower, does that make sense? I hope that. It could probably be a bit clearer, and probably if you look in the body of the report, it probably does explain it a bit better. But just from previous schemes.
Thank you for your contribution, Councillor Wilson. If there's no more contributions, can I ask Councillor Broadhead to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Councillor Wilson for helping with the answer there. As he's pointed out, a cap is a cap. I will take away the point that Councillor Trent and Councillor McCormack have made around the cap, but the whole point is the cap is an upper limit to ensure that the people that are going to be living here are doing so at an affordable rent level. I don't think we can give the assurances Councillor Trent wants that it is pegged to other types of developments, just not quite how it works. But I think, back to the spirit of what we are trying to do here, we are creating homes for people that are going to be at that affordable level. And as Councillor Lepedevin said, solves the real need that we have to make sure that people are not forced to spend any time at all, if possible, within bed and breakfast accommodation. Indeed, I'm really proud not just of this council's record, but also the predecessor councils on driving down that reliance on bed and breakfast. This is not the only way we're doing it. We've got our Seascape Homes and Property Limited company that has taken hundreds of families, not just out of bed and breakfast, but put them on a firm footing to try and get them permanent accommodation into the future and give them the skills that sometimes people need to be able to do so. In direct answer to Councillor Pedovin's question around the design has indeed been revised to reflect the need that is on the ground for the kind of people that need this accommodation. My understanding is it won't need any further planning permissions because those designs are actually internal changes. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, and forgive me for the lateness of this hour, it's actually one of the things I think is really exciting about this scheme. It has been designed in such a way that the internal accommodation remains flexible, and that's important not just to ensure that we can keep some flexibility of options over this temporary accommodation as that need changes, and as we've seen, that already has done in only the last couple of years. But also, I sincerely hope we get to a stage in the future whereby we won't need this temporary accommodation, and therefore that flexibility can ensure that it has an ability to be changed into long-term use as well. So hopefully that answers the questions. I'll take away the points that I've missed out on, and I sincerely hope we can all get behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I think without any other contributions, if we can move to the vote, please. Right, for those in favour, please indicate. And thank you. And against or abstentions, just none. Thank you. Brings us to agenda item A, notice of motions in accordance with procedure 12. Councillor Rigby, I call upon you to move your motion as set out on the agenda at item 8. You have up to 3 minutes. Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to read through the motion, you've all got it in front of you, but I just want to explain a little bit behind why I'm bringing this today. It's to complement the ongoing work which BCP Council is doing. The Climate Action Plan and the in-depth scrutiny of the Council's ongoing work was at Overview and Scrutiny last week, and if you've not seen it, I do recommend having a watch of it. There was some quite good stuff that came up in that. This motion, it's to sign up to the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. This treaty is designed to complement the Paris Agreement and address the fact that coal, gas and oil are not mentioned within it. It's to prevent fossil fuel exploration and expansion and ensure a managed phase out of fossil fuel production to limit global warming, whilst still ensuring a fair and just transition to renewable energy. This treaty has been endorsed by Nobel laureates, academics, researchers, activists and municipal governments around the world. It includes a programme to create a standalone registry around the globe of fossil fuels to ensure that there's transparency and accountability of all production and reserves around the globe. At COP26 in Glasgow, we were hoping to see a change and move closer to this tracking of oil and gas and what was happening, but the fossil fuel industry actually had the largest delegation at that conference, bigger than any one single country. And with the influence that they had there, they again managed to avoid addressing the elephant in the room and directly referencing coal, gas and oil. This is why we, as local authorities, need to take a lead, just like we did when declaring a climate emergency. In Britain, around 93% of the population are living in areas where local authorities have declared climate emergencies, yet the UK government still hasn't. And they're still pushing for maximum fossil fuel extraction. Projects like Cambo oil field have only been paused because Shell and the investors have pulled out due to it to be economically unviable. The government continues to say it's committed to the domestic offshore oil and gas sector and promoting it even while investors are pulling out. If we want to work towards a true zero carbon future, it's up to us here and in councils up and down the country to take the lead and we've got this opportunity to do so. So we can join other governments, ones which have already signed up to this are Los Angeles, Barcelona, Sydney, Toronto, and in the UK, Cambridge. I say we move forward, we sign this treaty, and we boldly support a just transition away from oil and gas and towards renewables. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Bull, I understand you wish to second the motion. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Very happy to second the motion and to reserve my right to speak later on.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. I now call upon any other members who wish to speak on the motion. You have up to 3 minutes. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you, Chairman. At BCP Council, we've made huge steps towards our fight against climate change, and particularly in tackling our reliance on the use of fossil fuels. We've moved all the council's electricity consumption to a supply which comes entirely from renewables, so it's now emissions-free, and we've shifted our entire fleet from diesel to hydrogenated vegetable oil, reducing our fleet emissions by 90%. Last week, I presented our climate action plan to the Overview and Scrutiny Board, and I hope that tomorrow Cabinet will endorse it. The Council is fully committed to reducing its and the whole geographical area's reliance on fossil fuels, so I absolutely support the direction and underlying will of this motion. However, there are some clauses within it where I'm not in possession of the facts or the studies that would allow me to accurately understand what the consequences might be for the residents we represent and those further afield. Item 5 asks us to agree that the economic benefits of transition to greener forms of energy far outweigh those of using fossil fuels. I hope that's true, but I don't have the data to support it. Item 8 asks us to commit to ambitious investment in infrastructure without regard to the cost, the benefits, the returns, or the carbon savings. Without that information, we're in effect pledging our council taxpayers' money without regard to what returns it will bring them, financial or ecological. Item 11 proposes we support a moratorium without assessing what the effect might be on the millions who are currently employed in the fossil fuel industry, or whether it might cause a catastrophic rise in energy bills, bankrupting industries and forcing millions into fuel poverty. I'm not predicting it will, but I just do not have the analysis to be assured that it won't. And only a small shift in supply and demand for gas has caused the recent doubling in domestic fuel bills for our residents, and I want to know I'm not condemning them to more. So as of now, I can't support this motion in its entirety, and to try to amend it, although I've tried, to something for which I could honestly say I understand all the consequences would just pull the heart out of it. I believe that the issues behind this motion are too important to be considered late at night by those who I expect, like me, don't know what unintended consequences might arise from its proposals. So instead, I'd like the opportunity for members across the council to look into what research is available. Of course, this data and analysis we won't have it to hand, but then BCP is a tiny dot on the map of all of those that will be affected by this around the world. And I'm sure that somewhere around the world that work must have been done on such an important topic. So instead of taking what I think would be a less than informed decision on this evening, I'd like to move under Meeting Procedure Rule 10.1.4 that Council refers this topic to the Overview and Scrutiny Board, where it can get the proper examination, discussion and attention it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Councillor Kelsey is going to second this.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, happy to second that, Chairman. Thank you. Chairman, could I have a point of order, please? Could I have a point of order under 38, section point 13, after just hearing what Councillor Green said? I feel the time is late. to digest and to have an informed debate. So I would like to move under section point 13 that the question now be put. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fierce. So we have an amendment to refer this to the Overview and Scrutiny Board. Could we have anybody's observations on this? Councillor Hadley?
I think the chairman's in charge.
Councillor Fear has just put that the question now be put. So we need, as I understand, now to vote on
Sorry,
whether to put it straight to the vote.
Poor sound at this point. At this juncture, I'd actually like a little bit more debate. I think, Councillor Hadley, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Seek clarity once more from Democratic Services. Councillor Anderson, thank you. One of the constitutional laptops has died, I'm afraid.
Mr. Chairman, related to the point of order, may I ask if there is any debate? The debate should be on whether the motion should be sent to overview and scrutiny rather than debate on the motion itself. That is an amendment that has been.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms Seiss will give us clarity here.
Okay, councillors. So Councillor Fear put what is commonly known as a closure motion forward. That was that the matter now be put. The chair needs to be satisfied before he accepts such a motion that there has been sufficient debate. The chair has used his discretion that debate be allowed on the motion put forward by Councillor Green and seconded by Councillor Kelsey, that the matter be referred to overview and scrutiny. So that is now what we will be debating. Happy, Chair?
Yes, thank you. So the debate at this point is that it would be put to overview and scrutiny. Can we have contributions? Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like some clarification on the rule that's being applied here to refer this to the Overview Scrutiny Board. Looking at the motion is asking for the Council to take action. The Overview Scrutiny Board's function is not to make decisions. It is to review work that's in or recommendations or decisions made by the Council, or to review a matter referred to it by its member for examination. And I don't think, looking at the content of this motion, it actually stacks up against the kind of subject that we would normally be looking at. I mean, for example, this looks very much at national issues as much as local. It's asking for the Council to take a view on something. So with respect, you know, I've got some reluctance that this is something that should automatically be referred to the Overview Scrutiny, because there's very little that we can do with it. If we were to look at it, it would have to come in the form of a report which addresses each of these and sets out the Council's position on it. The Overview and Scrutiny's role would then be to review those recommendations and say whether we agree with them or not. So I'd take advice from Ms Seiss if possible on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett.
Councillor Bartlett, as I understand it, this motion is to refer the motion to overview and scrutiny for consideration and a report back to Council. So it wouldn't be necessary for overview and scrutiny to take a decision on the issues being raised, but for overview and scrutiny to look into the matter and then bring a report. And provision is made there in the Constitution which I can read out, but it basically says that overview and scrutiny then would need to report back to council within certain defined periods as laid out in the constitution.
If there's no further debate, we can move to a vote on that. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I regret the way in which debate on this has been completely closed down. We've taken actions decades ago, then we wouldn't be in the place that we're in, and certainly people already have a catastrophic increase in their fuel bills. I think the Place ONS committee would be an ideal place to discuss this, of course, but there we go. It is a key part of having an ambitious climate change strategy, and we have just discussed the climate change through the ONS. But I do support the idea that we do need to be informed and we need to make sensible decisions. But it is about having vision to be leaders, to follow places like Cambridge and Barcelona. And if we feel we've got a world vision, then let's be at the front and make clear statements about what we want our place and our children's futures to be like. And if that takes an ONS discussion to understand the detail, I'm happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Is there any other contributions? Councillor Rigby.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a little bit disappointed that we're debating this actual topic and debating the fact that this can be pushed back to ONS, which is in turn being pushed back to Audit and Governance as a board. And essentially it's kicking something into the long grass. So we don't have to have a vote on it tonight. And from how I can see it, the administration don't want to take the view or push this back as far as possible as they can to voting it down. What I would like to ask is if, Councillor Green, you'd accept that this could go back to overview and scrutiny, and we put a time limit on that with when they'll look at it, within, say, the next 3 or 6 months, something like that. I'd appreciate if you could put that onto the end, and I'll support it. Thank you.
Councillor Green, as you proposed the motion.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that that is a motion that that is something that I'm actually allowed to do within that. However, I think I can be absolutely sure that I will be supporting that, and I think it would be expected. And I think the question about whether it could go to the place, the overview and scrutiny, I believe that following listening to the debate that I heard earlier, that we are very likely to have that place, overview and scrutiny, ready to debate that, and I look forward to it being able to consider whichever board it is. So I think, sorry to waffle on about it, but I can give my personal assurance to Councillor Rigby that that is what I will be pushing.
So, yeah, this is important. Thank you very much, Councillor Green. Okay, we're now going to go to the vote for the motion to refer this to overview and scrutiny. Those in favour, please. Thank you, members. And those against, please. There's one, two, 3, 4. And abstentions, please. So that's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Agenda item 9, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. There are no urgent decisions to be reported.
there's one point here at the end, reserve date for council in February 2022. As you know, the next meeting of the council is scheduled for the 22nd of February 2022. Council business at that meeting will include approval of the budget and the setting of council tax. I would like to make arrangements for a reserve date to be put in the diary. I therefore propose that the 24th of February 2022 at 7 p.m. be agreed as a reserve date, and I seek your approval. Agreed. Thank you. I can't quite read this bit at the bottom, but it says close the meeting. I'm sure that's a typing error, surely.
It's still today, Chairman.
It's still today. I'm so disappointed. I finished today. Thank you so much, members.